Hello? Hello, this is the President. Hello, this is the President of the United States. Who is this? Is it you again?
Look behind you.
This is my private line. How did you get through?
They're everywhere. All the time. We see them every day. But you have to look behind you.
There is nothing behind me. How did you get this number?
The spaceman told me.
What spaceman?
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you about monsters. Please, you must look behind you.
Young lady, there are no monsters in the Oval Office.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said, the loudspeaker spoke up and said, the loudspeaker spoke up and said, give up, give up, give up, give up, give
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The number to call tonight, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'd like to say hello to everyone who's listening to us around the country on radio stations around the country. Also, those who are listening on TalkStreamLive.com and Aftermath.fm. By the way, give the gift of Ground Zero this Christmas with our subscriptions for Aftermath.media. Whole library and our digital playground is ready for you if you want to subscribe. It's amazing. It keeps the show on the air and it makes us happy because a lot of people say it's the best money they've ever spent. It's just it's an amazing trip, and it's addictive too. You just go to Aftermath.media. That's Aftermath.media and subscribe. We have low prices right now for the Christmas season, so you can get right in and subscribe and subscribe for the whole year. You'll be able to get Ground Zero at your disposal whenever you need to. A lot of old shows and a lot of other shows too, not just Ground Zero, but a lot of old shows that are there too. Old, other shows that have their podcasts and all of the other archive shows. So go to Aftermath.media. That's Aftermath.media. So as far back as last week, listeners have been sending me emails asking me when I was going to do a Krampus show. Well, I figured since I'm busily planning this, we're going to have a Krampus party tomorrow. There's a bar in town called the Paradise, and we haven't done a Krampus party in a while. I think it's been about a year, 2 years. Finally, we decided we're going to have a Krampus party. And this is something, that I've done. It's kind of a tradition. I've been doing Krampus parties ever since I first told the story of Krampus at a Christmas party that was thrown by a colleague of mine. It was a listener party. And it was funny because, I went to the party and I was drinking, having a good time. And he walked up to me and he said, "Clyde, I need you to say a few words at the party." And I looked at him and said, I don't think I can do it. I'm kind of too drunk to even speak. And he said, no, it's going to be fine. All you got to do is just stand up, do a stand-up routine, make people laugh, do something, sing. There's a band here. You can do whatever you want. And I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? It's these impromptu things sometimes, it puts you on the spot. You can't necessarily, you can't think of anything until it's time. They hold the mic in front of you and say, well, Clyde, go ahead and tell us what's going on. And he's like, okay. So the mic was handed to me. And, Clyde's going to say a few words about Christmas. He's going to tell us a good Christmas story. And I'm thinking, well, what am I going to tell them? I can't do 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, and I can't do Scrooge, and I can't do any of that stuff. So I thought that I would take a moment and make it a Ground Zero story. So I recalled the story my German grandmother and aunt told me about Krampus. I figured that no one heard of Krampus, or what is called the Christmas demon. I mean, I told the story anyway. And as I told the story, I noticed that the bar became very quiet. No one said a word as I was telling the story of the cold winter nights and a large hairy beast with horns would break into homes, kidnap the bad children, and then beat them. And I said, this is why you better watch out and you better not cry, because if Krampus comes, chances are you're going to die. So at the end of the story, there was, dead silence. I mean, you could hear the heaters in the bar on because it was so quiet. And then there was one clap, and then two, and then the whole bar applauded. And in the end, I was told that what I had to say was terrifying and that no one had ever heard of Krampus. Well, the wait is over now. I mean, you can drag out the Dickens and hear some ghost stories, or we can just go for the throat and tell you about how Krampus is the Christmas egregore that we deserve right now. I mean, both stories, the Dickens story, the story of Scrooge, and the story of Krampus, they need to be told now. I think they're more relevant now than they've ever been before. I think Scrooge is nearly 200 years old, and Krampus, that goes back to the pagan era. For decades, our Christmas stories, like 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and A Christmas Carol, they've reinforced America's Christmas ethos, depicting the season as a time for generosity and kindness and joy. But once you reach a certain age, Christmas pop culture gets predictably repetitive, and all these Christmas TV specials you can name off the top of your head are designed to inspire nostalgia and joy. And the same can be said for a traditional Christmas movie, like you sit around and watch It's a Wonderful Life or some other Christmas movie, or you're stuck on the Hallmark Channel for some reason. But if you listen to the radio, it just is aggravating sometimes when you hear Christmas music in October. Many of the songs are secular. They really don't sing much about baby Jesus. And usually we hear about 5 of the same songs being sung by many artists who want to make a buck off the season. And somebody pointed out to me that they haven't heard Little Drummer Boy this year. And I thought, well, there's a reason why. Is because the reality is that if Mary was trying to get Jesus to be quiet, and she was feeling like all tired because she just went into labor, I'm sure the guy coming by beating on drums was not something she was enjoying all that much. And there are a lot of Jewish artists that sing Christmas songs. I just figured, well, business is business, and so, radio stations plague us with the same repetitive tripe, and people eat it up. And the cancel culture, the cancel culture has a problem right now, and I was reading about this the other day. They have a problem with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, saying that it's racist and that it promotes the bullying of people who are different. Songs like Baby It's Cold Outside, that becomes an object of scorn. As the Me Too movement said, the song was a bit rapey. And now we're seeing that there needs to be a black Santa to counter the racist white Santa, which is funny because we aren't seeing Asian Santa or Latino Santa begging for the spotlight. It is because we're told that black children need a Christmas character they can identify with. I don't know how we've gotten this far. I mean, no one has to relate with Santa. He's the big guy, right? The one who watches you to see if you've been good or bad. But does Santa carry out all the bad stuff when he sees children misbehaving? Well, no. He leaves that up to the bad cop of Christmas. That's Krampus, the Christmas demon. It's that time of year where children cower, grown-ups revel, and as the night falls, this goat demon named Krampus treads through the snow, tongue lolling, chains jingling, with a basket on his back ready to lug misbehaving kids directly to hell. Tonight we talk about Krampus and several other ghost stories at Christmas. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back.
Station, AM 860 and kpam.com.
You are listening to Ground Zero. I'm Clyde Lewis. In ancient times, A dark, hairy, horned beast was said to show up at the door to beat children and carry them off in his sharp claws. The Krampus. The Krampus could be heard in the night by the sound of his echoing cloven hooves, his rattling iron chains, his moaning at the moon. And the strangest part was that he was in league with Santa Claus. Now, historians remain unsure as to the exact origins of the Krampus figure in folklore, but it is believed that, like Santa, Krampus predates Christianity, stemming from Norse and Alpine traditions and Germanic paganism. Like many legendary characters, including St. Nicholas himself, Krampus' image has evolved over time and throughout regions, but Krampus represented a balance of light and dark, providing a harmony between good and evil. The story of this beast is based in the Alpine monsters that would hide in the winter snows. Late at night, with the snow crisp and white, people in villages would hear the sounds of night beasts, and many would say that they're wendigos in the woods, or even denizens of hell. It is believed that the long-horned, shaggy, goat-like monster with a long, angry face and lolling forked tongue would visit the home of misbehaving children to punish them. It was believed that he would give beatings and kidnap the kids and bring them down to his underworld lair to live for a year. According to centuries-old legends, if a child misbehaved, St. Nicholas, in his omniscience, would know and send his associate Krampus. It was said that this dark partner with a serpentine tail would turn up to the house during the Christmas season to punish the wicked child. He would beat him with a bundle of birch sticks, whip them with horsehair, and throw him into a sack or wicker basket to take him down to hell for a year. In some strange synchronicity, I was sent some sounds of a creature that was howling in the winter night, and these were recorded in St. Louis County, Missouri. They're chilling, and I think they set the mood for the Krampus riding in the cold night air. At this point, most people know Krampus. A lot of people know who Krampus is. The mythical Christmas demon has become part of the mainstream in the United States. No one knows exactly when he traveled from Europe to America, but he was a subject of a major motion picture back in 2015. The Krampus is a monster that's typically portrayed as a hairy demon with black-brown fur, cloven hooves, great goat horns, and a long pointed tongue and fangs. And quite often, he's depicted as having one human foot and one cloven hoof, as opposed to two hooves. Krampus punishes naughty children during the Christmas season, often traveling alongside good old St. Nicholas. The Krampus myth dates back to pre-Germanic paganism. He was originally the son of Hel, the Norse goddess of the underworld. Traditionally, he comes on December 5th along with St. Nicholas, while St. Nicholas puts candy in the shoes of good children and birch twigs in the shoes of the bad. Krampus will instead beat children with his birch branches, and sometimes he will even make these children disappear, stuffing them into his sack and taking them back to his lair to be tortured or eaten. Now, if this story sounds familiar to you, it's because, well, I theorize that Krampus is connected to Moloch, who is this horned god of child sacrifice, which is also connected to Saturn or Cronus, the Greek god who ate his children. Moloch represents Saturn, and coincidentally, Christmas, a holiday for children, happens to be during the Feast of Saturnalia. I believe Krampus has more to do with the horned god of child sacrifice than that of Satan, but Krampus traditionally would murder the bad children by throwing them in his sack or hiding them in a basket to drown or beat to death later. Some people believe that this idiom of going to hell in a handbasket is from the legends of Krampus. It's important to note that as we prepare for the dark solstice, there is the tradition of the return of the Dark Father, which is Saturn, who is also connected to Satan, and his many functions. Saturn is the god of judgment. Saturn is the father of time. The Saturnalia festivities are deeply rooted in the festival of the new year or the new sun, and is the way to take negative influences and change them into a positive. Saturn was also considered a negative influence and is intrinsically associated with man's limitations, death, blight, and decay. Father Time has always been depicted as a white-haired, bearded entity that carries on this hourglass inside. That's why when you look at Santa Claus and you look at Father Time, they look almost similar because they're kind of an amalgamation of all. The legends tend to bring together the images that we see. Bearded Father Time looks like a mirrored version of Santa, or Rubizol. This entity would gather the children for the Yule sacrifice. Traditional depictions of the Grim Reaper come from the image of Father Time, and there's a reminder there of man's mortality. Charles Dickens, who wrote A Christmas Carol, he added this element of the paranormal, and he did it to convey a lesson. His four ghosts that appear to Ebenezer Scrooge, they're very aggressive, and they torment him in the nights prior to Christmas Day. Now, Marley, his partner in crime, was a frightening specter that looked hideous and inhuman. The ghost of Christmas Present appears just prior to the arrival of the ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. He lifts his heavy cloak, and he reveals two emaciated children with hollowed-out black eyes. And he calls the boy Ignorance, and the girl is called Want. Now, on the forehead of the boy was a mark. The mark meant doom. And when Dickens wrote his tale of Ebenezer Scrooge, the old miser, it was estimated that nearly half of all funerals in London were for the children, and many of those children were under the age of 10. They would be interred in paupers' cemeteries, and in those times there was a story about graveyard watchers. They're called the Elancu. The Elancu was draped and hooded to hide his pale, wiry frame. The legend comes from the old Celtic legends of Brittany, or the Lesser Britain. In the 19th century and early 20th centuries, legends would persist that the hooded figure would sometimes appear at Christmas Eve Mass, and if you were touched by his cloak, you would die within the year. And there are many of historians who would write in their journals that Elancu would appear after the appearance of comets and fireballs. And if anyone was to see the hooded figure in their town would be cursed with plague and dysentery. And Dickens used this figure to represent the future because death was inevitable in times of greed and ignorance. See, the hooded figure of Christmas Yet to Come was just as much a threatening spirit as was the spirit of Krampus. And, of course, that spirit would say nothing, but it basically threw Scrooge from shadow after shadow of the future, keeping him in horror and torment until he showed him what he would become. And what everybody usually becomes, and that is dead and forgotten. He would be dead, carrying the burden and chains of a damned soul, just like his friend Jacob Marley. Damned souls have a tendency to be angry and full of wrath. They are the aggressive, darker spirits that in life may have been troubled, unruly, menacing, violent, even murderous. These dark archetypes we talk about, or we have talked about before with Carl Jung. He expressed that a lot of humans have inherited a set of primordial images that are buried deep in the collective unconscious, and they appear when we least expect them to. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. Krampus, that hairy demon that lurks in the woods at night, and of course his night has come. It's definitely a horrifying Christmas story, and especially now when, as I said before, someone had sent me these moans and growls from St. Louis County, Missouri. Just listen to this. That's really terrifying. We're going to go to the calls now. Let's go to 503-225-0860. Travis in New Hampshire. Hi, Travis. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, thanks, Clyde. I wanted to talk about obviously the subject, which is Krampus. So first thing I want to say is that the game Call of Duty right now they came out with an event like today, and called the Krampus event. So I thought that was interesting that it came out on the same day of your show, which you're doing about the Krampus story. Also, secondly, so they said that they called Krampus like the creature of the woods, but didn't that go back to like what they called Pan in Greek mythology?
Well, it's the horned being. But this one, he's supposed to be like, the bad cop to Santa's good cop. But yeah, you go back to all those pagan mythologies of the horned satyr, the Pan. You have Pan, who also is a goat man. But
right.
It's evolved, and I think a lot of it is mixed with, like I say, the alpine woodland demons or the alpine woodland monsters mixed in with
also,
the
I
old
heard
idea.
That the alpine,
what's that?
I heard the alpine folk stories. They described Krampus as like an assistant to Saint Nicholas.
Right, and one of the things well, yeah, it is. He shows up and he takes the kids away that are bad. Santa does not offer any punishment. He lets Krampus do all that. And what I find interesting is that, while Krampus has been cartoonized, he's kind of been Disney-fied a little bit because of the film that they made about him, and in fact, you see him in a lot of cartoons now. Right. I read somewhere, and it was really interesting, that Krampus is not based on any historical figure, and that anyone who described Krampus would say that he was 3 times bigger than a human being. So it's like, again, we go back to the crypto critters of long tails, talking about abominable snowmen and yetis and Bigfoot and Sasquatch and maybe even wendigos. And we talked about the wendigo before.
One quick question. Now, do you know is there any pre-Christian stories that you may know of that might describe Krampus?
Moloch. The horned god of child sacrifice. Yeah, I mean, you go back.
Moloch.
Yeah. Okay. Because Krampus is a horned being, and he basically takes children away and beats them or eats them, depending on what part of the country you live in, what part of the legend you believe in.
So this would go into like child sacrificing and things like that.
Yeah, well, I think it's connected. I think you look back at Carthage, you look back at all the times of the Phoenicians. I think that you look at even in the Bible, you find stories of the decoration of trees, and even at one time they made little gingerbread men, or they made cookies that looked like little kids, so they didn't sacrifice them. They basically ate them to remember the children at children mass. Yeah, they ate the
wow,
cookies.
That's interesting. I never knew that, Clyde. Thank you.
You bet. Have a good night. Take care. Let's go to Johnny. Let's go to Johnny in North Carolina. Hi, Johnny. You're on Ground Zero.
Oh man, I tell you, these Krampus stories, any the local grown stories like that, they're aimed at like the bad kids that are always thrown into the prison. What do they call it?
Yeah,
Get Straight program, something like that.
Get Straight program. It's the Christmas version of Get Straight. I agree with that. That's
yes,
funny.
It is.
Yeah.
You reserve this story for those kids, and whether or not there's something out there in the wilderness, there are places still to this day. And I live close to some of them. You can take a child, 13, 14, and leave them, and the elements would take them. And it is a genuinely scary thing. And it goes back to that nature scare, just being alone in the woods, being basically by yourself. And those demons that you see that pop up in your head, this perfectly mixes with that hallucinogen show you did the other night.
Oh, yeah.
That is one of the faces you see, is that twisted demon face.
Well, and remember we were talking about what they call them, the Hex, what they call the winter hags. There are stories about winter hags that follow Krampus as well. So, it's hard to describe whether or not Krampus would be more of a fairy folk type, or that he certainly is a demon from hell. But, they never really come right out and say that he's a demon from hell, but he certainly looks like one. He certainly acts like one. But then, when you look at him, he's all covered in fur. He's 3 times bigger than a human being. He looks like some sort of a mutated creature, a crypto creature, that would be similar to either Bigfoot or the Wendigo. So it's this fine line where I'm thinking this is where the legend came from. The legend came from hearing strange howls in the night or growls in the farmhouse. chickens dying, eggs being stolen, milk being drank, that kind of thing. And so they attribute it to some sort of a legend to scare the kids and saying, look, if you continue to be bad, this creature is going to show up at the house. He's going to suck all the blood out of the chickens. He's going to eat all the eggs, and we're not going to have anything for Christmas dinner. So, you see how it evolves over time. And here in the United States, now that we have Krampus with us, he's been around for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years. And that's the scary part, is that this creature has been around, and it hasn't been till the commercialization of Christmas and the idea that people find a cynical route to say, well, I believe that the reason why the world's going to hell in a handbasket, to use that idiom, is because of Krampus. That's interesting. It's kind of bizarre. Here's another synchronicity for you. Derek sent me an email, and he was telling me that, I was talking about how Krampus, shows up during the sightings of strange lights in the sky. You look at comets that come by, and tonight, believe it or not, Comet Leonard is going to be visible in the northern hemisphere. It's going to pass near Venus. The comet can be seen shortly after the sun goes down in the southwest sky. It's very low above the horizon, and if you look, the brightest star out there is Venus. And so the comet will be making its closest approach, and it should be, it's already passed, I think, in some areas, but I think you can still catch it if you're in the western hemisphere or the western areas. The comet is traveling within 2.6 million miles of Venus. So the bright comet it made its closest approach to Earth just a few days ago. So we're looking about, 21 million miles or 34 million kilometers, give or take. So given Venus's brightness and prominence in the night sky, the planet, if you look for it, you'll be able to locate the comet. What I find interesting is it's passing in front of Venus, and Venus has been known as the star that fell, Lucifer, literally. So we have not only the glimpse at Saturn, or the Saturnalian celebrations, and the arrival of Krampus, but we also have this comet that would pass over near Lucifer. And like I said, you look at all of the, personages. You see the demon, the growing demon, the hairy demon, bigger than a human being, appearing in times of strife, times of stress, and warning children that if they don't behave, they'll be beaten and killed. And this is the same story about Saturn, the same story about Cronus. Cronus told his children that, they had to behave or he would eat them. And he ate most of them, or he ate all of them except for Zeus. So the story about the passing of the year, the idea that Father Time has a scythe, just like the symbol is the death symbol, the same symbol that Charles Dickens used, it's a reminder to be on your best behavior. It's a reminder that no matter what you do, Father Saturn is always watching you. The Saturn return is what it is. The return of Saturn, the return of judgment, the return of where you'll be judged. And if you're bad, you're speedily drugged down to hell. If you're good, you get the good stuff from St. Nicholas, which is the representation of the good guy. And these are all, like I said, they're archetypes that, in fact, somebody brought up the DMT entities again. And it's true, because those DMT entities, people say, well, I was having an argument with somebody saying that these are entities you don't contact because that's a no-no in the Bible. No, these are entities that are in your subconscious or unconscious mind. These are archetypes, and they tend to remain buried within the unconscious mind, deep down in dreams, and we respond to them, and they're programmed into us through religion and art and literature and film. So the shadow archetype, according to Jung, is the most dangerous archetype of all. These shadow archetypes have a tendency to invade your thoughts, and when those shadowy thoughts become groupthink, there's the possibility that through some quantum trick, a manifestation can take place, meaning that if you think long and hard about something, it can manifest. So the shadow archetype becomes a real breathing entity fortified with the groupthink that prolongs its life, and its image can be a harbinger to some other event that will eventually cause hardship. So Krampus is just one more reminder of what Christmas was. Krampus, at one time, represented the balance between light and dark, providing this harmony between good and evil, the balance, the duality. It's a good thing to remember that Krampus, while appearing to be a demon, is not the anti-Santa. But since ancient times, he has worked alongside Santa Claus to ensure that people had respect, behaved, and were good to each other. And that's kind of unorthodox because he's sort of a confidence trickster. But this still begs the question of why Krampus resonates so much with so many Americans and why they have latched onto it now. I was reading the Huffington Post, and they had an op-ed about Krampus, and it says Sonia Hallbeck wrote an entry, and she says, it's difficult to say exactly why the intrigue surrounding Krampus has skyrocketed, perhaps for a generation that grew up with Harry Potter and a pop culture that's always on the lookout for the next classic fantasy creature to reinvent, like a vampire, an elf, or a zombie. The time is finally right for this darker Christmas beast to emerge. So yes, Krampus has enjoyed a revival in recent years, buoyed by a prevailing cynical ethos that rejects the saccharine, sweet celebration of church and family at Christmas time and a slew of pop culture appearances in cartoons and in movies. Krampus has become a pop culture figure. We now see him on greeting cards, gift bags. He's made of chocolate, marzipan, dried fruit, stuffed animals. In any supermarket checkout this time of year, you can find something that is attributed to Krampus or the Christmas demon. But this whole popularity, I think, has some traditionalists worry that Krampus is becoming too commercialized, just like Santa Claus. The demon is actually meant to strike back at the Hallmark version of the holiday. But now he is living to see himself become that which his fans most detest. And the Europeans are actually disappointed of how we treat Krampus, because Krampus was never meant to be a demon. Krampus was meant to be an alpine snow monster of some kind. That basically there's always that possibility that if you go out in the woods alone at night, or if you sit alone in your cabin at night, Krampus could be at your door knocking and howling in the wind. And that's why, again, I wanted to play this for you, these sounds. These are, again, I said St. Louis, Missouri. No, it's St. Louis County, Minnesota. I thought I said Missouri before, but no, it's St. Louis County, Minnesota. This was recorded, and it's just synchronistic that it was recorded at a time when I was about to speak of Krampus. Krampus usually doesn't act alone. He has a lot of other creatures that do his bidding the night before Christmas, although his legend is there to spook children, the young and the young at heart. Half goat, half man, 3 times the size of a man. Following St. Nicholas, or appearing before St. Nicholas, he comes around to visit children on Christmas Eve. Specifically, the tale of Krampus hails from Austria. It's not difficult to imagine a horned goat-like man coming out of the foothills or descending from the mountains, standing at your window, scratching on the glass, wondering if you've been bad or good. Tonight is the night of Krampus on Ground Zero. So like I said in the last hour, I've gotten emails and posts on Facebook asking, when am I going to do a show about Krampus? Every year is a tradition, Ground Zero talks about Krampus, the history of Krampus, and it's just a chilling story. And usually I love it because, for all that are damn depressed when it's time to take down the Halloween decorations, and if you loathe the sound of jingles playing nonstop in the aisle of your Costco store, Halloween's revenge can be found in those scary ghost stories and the story of the huge, hairy, demon-looking monster called Krampus. The celebration of Christmas has always been centered on children. We know this. It's not fun unless there are children in the room. It's not fun unless you can see children smile in the malls and children, with their bright eyes looking for Santa Claus. But it's unfortunate that the frills of Christmas are like bait. They're like bait and trappings for something sinister, something bad, something that would be considered commercial or ignoring Jesus or, whatever bothers you about Christmas. There's always something, right? And it can be argued that Christmas is a training ground for great disappointment and mistrust, especially when parents tell you about Santa Claus, or you learn yourself about Santa Claus, or what Santa Claus is, or the background of Santa Claus. In fact, there's actually a movement where parents believe that perhaps it's time to come clean about Christmas and Santa and all of the mythology surrounding the holiday, teaching it as a myth, not as a reality. But in my opinion, I think it would be best just to keep Santa in a place where he needs to be. Jolly old elf, we remember from Clement Seymour's poem, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." And yes, Virginia, that would even include the pipe that he smokes, because, well, I was reading that there are a lot of people that are Grinches, right? And there was actually a movement to remove any references to Santa smoking a pipe in the old "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" poem. I mean, it's always uncomfortable to say to people that, the origins of Christmas celebrations are evolutionary. They're all evolutionary. Things change, that certain characters disappear, certain characters are brought back, and one of the characters brought back is Krampus. And when you look at pagan rites, you look at Wiccan rites, you look at Luciferian celebrations, all of this dealing with the light. All of this dealing with the removal of the light and the return of the light. That's why we have Christmas lights and baubles and bangles, and we have Christmas trees and all this, because the whole fantasy within the mythology is all about the war between God and the devil. And in some ways, it's also a ritualistic way of remembering the return of the Dark Father, or depending on what path you're on, the left-hand or right-hand path. There's the Dark Father return, or the return of Jesus. In fact, the return of Santa Claus every year, and someone had pointed this out to me. I did an interview with somebody who had told me that the Santa Claus event, the idea of Santa coming down from the sky and giving gifts to those who have been good, and the Krampus story of the devil, many people are saying that the story was just derivative of the story of the apocalypse, and that over time it was manipulated by the Illuminists, because look, if you look at the book of Revelation, chapter 19, verse 13, Christ, the Son of God, is described as returning from the skies in light and glory, wearing robes dipped in blood. So think about that for a moment. You see this bearded man coming down from the sky wearing robes that are red. And there are many people who see this as manipulation and even a simulacrum of evil and deception. And again, we hear the great deception where they're saying that we will be somehow fooled or somehow manipulated or misled by a great deception, which will characters and creatures from the sky are going to come down from heaven telling us that they're gods. So when you look at the Yule is the promise of the return of light, set aside at a time, believe it or not, in the old celebrations. It was about the offering of a child to the horn god Moloch. Pope Gregory advised St. Augustine to allow his converts certain festivals, as formerly they had done this in honor of the devil, the demon. And St. Augustine permitted the usual December celebration under a new name. And these early pagan ceremonies are derived from the many English holiday customs that we have to this day. So when you're looking at Nicholas, or you're looking at the name of Nicholas given to the red-suited bearded man, also has been derived from the devilish origins, because Old Nick, you've ever heard the devil being called Old Nick? It was always, Old Nick was the devil. And some people say, well, Santa's an anagram for Satan. Well, Nick is taken from the old European name Nikon, meaning to murder or to slay. inferring that the old saying that Satan was actually the murderer from the beginning. Santa in the beginning had an alter ego, and that was Baal's Nick or Baal's Nickel, the murdering assassin of Baal, the horned god of sacrifice. Again, we see the comparisons to Krampus, which is a horned and hairy devil, who would visit children that would not behave. His job was to kidnap children, beat them with a switch, and sometimes eat them. And by the way, Krampus is a German word meaning old claws. Krampus is the mirroring entity of the ancient Phoenician god Moloch. That's what I think. I think that the tradition's gotten down for thousands of years. That's actually traditions that mirror a lot of the Christmas traditions. Believe it or not, they can be found in the Old Testament thousands of years before Christ. If you open the Bible to Isaiah, you read about the ancients placing idols of worship under a tree. They inflame themselves near the evergreen trees and sacrifice their children in the sanctuaries in front on idols. That's in chapter 57 of Isaiah. They talk about inflaming themselves under evergreen trees and sacrificing their children in sanctuaries in front of idols. They did so in the Valley of Ben Hinnom in the 1920s. There was an explorer that found 6,000 funerary urns in Carthage, and they were sacrificed in the sanctuary of Tanit. So when you're looking back at ancient times, the Phoenicians in Carthage and elsewhere, they had a reputation for sacrificing children. One adventure explorer said that children were killed in order to provide safety from evil entities and to ensure that the sun would return. This would bring peace and goodwill to all men, according to ancients. So, what was it that was at these sanctuaries? Well, believe it or not, a large stone idol that looks very much like Krampus. I know last night I touched on the graven images that they're erecting in places like the UN and Rockefeller Center, and that the Pope gave the okay for them to erect a statue dedicated to Moloch, which is this horned god that, if you go back to the times of the Phoenicians in Carthage, they would sacrifice children to this in these sanctuaries, again, under the trees near Tanit, where, of course, they speak about in the Old Testament, where they would decorate the trees and then they would offer sacrifices under the fir trees or and they would burn large fires. They would gather at this sanctuary, large stone idol. It had the head of a horned bull, a horned god, maybe a goat, I don't know, but it just looked like a demon, of course. And what would happen is there were arms, mechanical arms on this god, and they placed a child in the arms, that the ropes and pulleys would raise the arms into heaven, and the child would fall out of the arms into a pile of burning oak. And this was a gift under the trees to Moloch. The gift to Moloch would be in exchange for the birth of the sun, Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. Later, the practice was abandoned. However, there were various sects that would create child effigies. They would bake cookies, or they would have dolls that would be used in the ritual instead. They would, take a cookie and eat it in remembrance of the children. And, of course, there was a ritual where they used dolls instead of children. And there's also a celebration called Childermass, where they talk about the blood of the children, the loss of the children. So the tradition of giving dolls for mock sacrifice was often given in the wintertime. So part of the Saturnalia rites, namely remembering how Saturn, who in mythology ate his children, the pagans took those little biscuits, shaped like little human beings, and they were edible cookies. And then, of course, that evolved into the tradition of baking gingerbread men. And in the sanctuaries, there was this, they were there, they gathered under the trees, and they exchanged gifts and dolls and everything. And that's why I'm thinking that this evolution, like I say, everything about Christmas is evolutionary. You got this dark, hairy, horned beast that was said to show up at the door to beat children at Christmas, and then he carries them off with his sharp claws. Krampus. The Krampus could be heard in the night by the sound of his echoing cloven hooves and the rattling iron chains. The strangest part, that he was a companion to Santa Claus, and historians are unsure, where he came from. The beast, of course, is based on the alpine monsters that would hide in winter snows. Late night, the snow crisp and white, wendigos and other creatures that would moan and howl at the moon, sounding like they are the denizens of hell. You know, it's funny, when I was putting the show together, it took me a few days to do the research, and I was putting the show together because we were planning a party that we were going to, we're having a party tomorrow night at a bar called Paradise, where we're going to have a Krampus party. We're inviting everybody locally to come out and have fun with us. But I was thinking to myself, you know, what would make this Krampus show special? What would make it stand out? And then someone sent me something. It was amazing. It was these howls that were recorded in a place called St. Louis County, Minnesota. And somebody sent me saying, is this Bigfoot? Is this Krampus? Is this the Wendigo? And I thought I would play it for you, maybe have you decide what we're listening to. Listen to this. What is even more synchronistic is the fact that tonight, if you look up into the heavens, you see a comet passing near Venus. Venus is also known as Lucifer. So just the idea of something howling, looking up at the night sky in the cold, just adds one more dimension to what I'm talking about tonight. That's the whole thing, is that, you know, what is out there in the cold, moaning, that loud moan, sounds painful, sounds almost human, almost like a werewolf. And I always say winter's for werewolves, winter's for the Wendigo, and winter is also for Krampus. But Krampus, of course, you know, he has his limitations. We all know that, you know, we don't have Krampus suiting up to greet kids like a mall Santa. But, you know, he wouldn't seem all that welcome if he showed up at your door at a Christmas party, hunched over, ready to take the children away who are bad. But if we look at what Krampus represents, he's just another one of those dark figures that teaches a lesson. It's like what Charles Dickens tried to do when he told his ghost stories with Christmas Carol. I mean, we think of A Christmas Carol as a cozy piece of traditional seasonal storytelling with, you know, with steaming potatoes and a goose that's hanging in the window. And, of course, it gives us a lesson to be taught about, you know, not being stingy at Christmas. But, you know, there's a lot of, believe it or not, there's a lot of political element that went into A Christmas Carol. And I'm thinking there's a lot of political element going into Krampus as well, because you look at what Krampus represented to the Austrians and the Germans. Basically, he was resurrected to be the symbol of fascism, not letting fascism at your door at Christmas time. And then you look at Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. He wrote it, in the 1840s? I think it was like 1843 he wrote it. And what he was doing when he wrote A Christmas Carol was he was delivering a far more serious and possibly, in his opinion, freshly relevant warning about the moral bankruptcy of a society that destroys human lives in pursuit of a profit. I mean, he was delivering a message to the powers that be that they should not exploit the hardships of people to gain control of them. Now, doesn't that sound relevant? Very relevant for our time, doesn't it? I mean, it's not just a personal morality tale. It's not just about Ebenezer Scrooge. It's a raw and impassioned warning to, well, at the time, his fellow Victorians, of the collective responsibility human beings have for one another, and the potential danger that exists in exactly the social forces that Marx would be dissecting soon. Karl Marx. So literally, I mean, even before Marxism was even discussed, the idea of preventing something. It's kind of, I mean, Charles Dickens is kind of like the George Orwell of Christmas. And he used a lot of paranormal elements to tell his stories. because he was a news reporter. He was a storyteller. He was, before a Fortean even existed, I'm sure he would be considered a Fortean. So, maybe if you look at Krampus in a different light, maybe if you look at Scrooge or even the entire story of A Christmas Carol in a different light, you may see that it is an impassioned warning to all of us now, as the story itself, is 200 years old. Nearly 200 years old. Not quite, but nearly 200 years old. Charles Dickens and Krampus and the Ghost of Christmas Present, the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. Ghost of Christmas Past was all about Scrooge. The Ghost of Christmas Present was all about what's happening in the time of Scrooge, but Yet to Come was something that was a little bit more like the Krampus story, where if you don't watch out and if you don't take care of yourself, you'll wind up dead and forgotten. You're listening to Ground Zero. It's time to drag out the Dickens and talk about Krampus. When Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol, they had a demon problem of their own at that time, about the 19th century England. Tales of demon-like characters were told, including the tale of Spring-Heeled Jack, a small demonic gnome that was able to leap into the air and terrorize people. Some say that Spring-Heeled Jack was a horned, oily-skinned blue demon with a pointed head. Some say he spewed forth a blue flame from his mouth and that he had sandy hooked claws that felt cold like a corpse. In the winter of 1855, after a light snowfall, it was reported that hoof-like marks appeared in the snow. The footprints measured 1.5 to 2.5 inches wide and 8 inches apart. The footprints were seen throughout the countryside for a total of 100 miles, and even though they would veer off at various points, the greater part of the hoof prints were moving forward in a straight line. Some of these hoof tracks were seen going up walls, on rooftops, haystacks, leading up to even the various drain pipes, as some say were only 4 inches in diameter. Villagers of the south side of Devon, England, reported sightings of a horned devil-like figure walking around looking into windows. And many townspeople armed themselves and attempted to track down the beast responsible without success. As the Daily Mail reported back on March 13, 2009, Ancient Mystery returns, Satan's hoofprints spotted in Devon back garden. Apparently, back in 2009, scientists for the Center of Fortean Zoology said they saw footprints again. Footprints again of the demon of Devon. Some villagers blamed the church, who'd recently changed the standard prayer book, for letting the devil into their communities. Others blamed animals, pranksters, even a weather balloon. But the phenomenon described as the Great Devon Mystery was never explained. The prints did resemble those of a goat, and skeptics brought up the possibility that rabbits or even an escaped kangaroo from the local zoo may have caused them. Still, there is no explanation for the curious hoofprints in the snow. No explanation for the revisit or the resurrection of the demon of Devon. Now, this was the story of the demon of Devon. The story of Spring-Heeled Jack goes all the way back to the times of Ebenezer Scrooge and Charles Dickens. But, if you read A Christmas Carol, we always say, well, that's a great story every year. It's up there with It's a Wonderful Life. It's got all the trappings of you must be generous at Christmas or you may die or whatever. When Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol in 1843, he was delivering a far more serious and possibly freshly relevant warning about the moral bankruptcy of society that destroys human lives in pursuit of profit. Dickens' story of Scrooge was not just a tale of morality. It was raw and impassioned. It was a warning to the people of the collective responsibility that we have for one another and the potential danger that exists in exactly what comes with a Marxist or socialized world. Dickens was worried about the rampant injustices in his society, not simply out of the sense of empathy and outrage, but out of fear. He was convinced that the grotesque imbalances of wealth and power that endured at the time of his writing might end up tearing the fabric of society apart. The 1840s, known as the Hungry 40s, were years of financial confusion, recession, poverty, and unrest throughout much of the developed world. In the United States, the boom of 1836 was followed by the Panic of 1837. There was an Irish potato famine at the time, the Great Hunger, Many people died of starvation. Social injustice was becoming unhinged and self-defeating in its extremity. In 1834, the Malthusian New Poor Law had dehumanized and institutionalized poverty. The law forced anyone needing welfare to enter a workhouse, and any refusal to do so meant starvation. The new wave of workhouses produced as a result of the act were places of nightmare, more closely resembling concentration camps than refuges for the needy. Families were forcibly separated. Parents assumed to have relinquished all rights over the responsibilities for their children. Segregation by age and gender was enforced. Personal belongings and clothing were confiscated until discharge. People around the world were rioting because of lack of resources. Children were so numerous in the workplace for one reason only, and that's because they were cheap. On average, earning only 20% of an adult's wage while working the same hours. A child as young as 5 could work 14 hours a day in conditions of squalor and acute danger. And many such children died of industrial accidents or disease. So the rising toll of human misery was almost beyond measuring. Its social implications clear to anyone who had eyes to see. And the book, Christmas Carol, came out December 19th, 1843. It sold out very quickly. But the high cost of production and legal fees spent on contesting a pirated edition meant he saw only modest profit initially from the book. Readers loved its nostalgic and sentimental celebration of Christmas and warmed the easy redemption of its protagonist, Ebenezer Scrooge. But the wider message did not then, and maybe not since, receive such a recognition. Beyond the simple framing of what Dickens did with Ebenezer Scrooge's journey through his own life and the world he inhabits, he used it as a device to explore the grotesque and dangerous inequalities of contemporary society. Scrooge's famous dismissal of the poor says it all. I was in A Christmas Carol. I played Scrooge at one time, and I remember the line where he said, "What then if they'd be like to die? They had better do it and decrease the surplus population." 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. It's time to drag out the Dickens and talk about Krampus. You know, when Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol, they had a sort of a demon problem of their own at that time, about the 19th century England. Tales of demon-like characters were told, including the tale of Spring-Heeled Jack, a small demonic gnome that was able to leap into the air and terrorize people. Some say that Spring-Heeled Jack was a horned, oily-skinned blue demon with a pointed head. Some say he spewed forth a blue flame from his mouth and that he had sandy, hooked claws that felt cold like a corpse. In the winter of 1855, after a light snowfall, it was reported that hoof-like marks appeared in the snow. The footprints measured 1.5 to 2.5 inches wide and 8 inches apart. The footprints were seen throughout the countryside for a total of 100 miles, and even though they would veer off at various points, the greater part of the hoofprints were moving forward in a straight line. Some of these hoof tracks were seen going up walls, on rooftops, haystacks, leading up to even the various drain pipes, as some say were only 4 inches in diameter. Villagers of the south side of Devon, England, reported sightings of a horned devil-like figure walking around looking into windows. And many townspeople armed themselves and attempted to track down the beast responsible without success. As the Daily Mail reported back on March 13, 2009, Ancient Mystery returns, Satan's hoofprints spotted in Devon back garden. Apparently, back in 2009, scientists for the Center of Fortean Zoology said they saw footprints again. Footprints again of the demon of Devon. Some villagers blamed the church, who'd recently changed the standard prayer book, for letting the devil into their communities. Others blamed animals, pranksters, even a weather balloon. But the phenomenon described as the Great Devon Mystery was never explained. The prints did resemble those of a goat, and skeptics brought up the possibility that rabbits or even an escaped kangaroo from the local zoo may have caused them. Still, there is no explanation for the curious hoofprints in the snow. No explanation for the revisit or the resurrection of the demon of Devon. Now, this was the story of the demon of Devon, the story of Spring Hill Jack, goes all the way back to the times of Ebenezer Scrooge and Charles Dickens. But, you know, if you read A Christmas Carol, I mean, we always say, well, that's a great story every year. It's up there with It's a Wonderful Life. It's got, you know, all the trappings of you must be generous at Christmas or you may die or whatever. When Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol in 1843, he was delivering a far more serious and possibly freshly relevant warning about the moral bankruptcy of society that destroys human lives in pursuit of profit. Dickens' story of Scrooge was not just a tale of morality. It was raw and impassioned. It was a warning to the people of the collective responsibility that we have for one another and the potential danger that exists in exactly what comes with a Marxist or socialized world. Dickens was worried about the rampant injustices in his society, not simply out of the sense of empathy and outrage, but out of fear. He was convinced that the grotesque imbalances of wealth and power that endured at the time of his writing might end up tearing the fabric of society apart. The 1840s, known as the Hungry 40s, were years of financial confusion, recession, poverty, and unrest throughout much of the developed world. In the United States, the boom of 1836 was followed by the Panic of 1837. There was an Irish potato famine at the time, the Great Hunger. Many people died of starvation. Social injustice was becoming unhinged and self-defeating in its extremity. In 1834, the Malthusian New Poor Law had dehumanized and institutionalized poverty. The law forced anyone needing welfare to enter a workhouse, and any refusal to do so meant starvation. The new wave of workhouses produced as a result of the act were places of nightmare, more closely resembling concentration camps than refuges for the needy. Families were forcibly separated. Parents assumed to have relinquished all rights over the responsibilities for their children. Segregation by age and gender was enforced. Personal belongings and clothing were confiscated until discharge. People around the world were rioting because of lack of resources. Children were so numerous in the workplace for one reason only, and that's because they were cheap. On average, earning only 20% of an adult's wage while working the same hours. A child as young as 5 could work 14 hours a day in conditions of squalor and acute danger. And many such children died of industrial accidents or disease. So the rising toll of human misery was almost beyond measuring. Its social implications clear to anyone who had eyes to see. And the book, Christmas Carol, came out December 19th, 1843. It sold out very quickly. But the high cost of production and legal fees spent on contesting a pirated edition meant he saw only modest profit initially from the book. Readers loved its nostalgic and sentimental celebration of Christmas and warmed the easy redemption of its protagonist, Ebenezer Scrooge. But the wider message did not then, and maybe not since, receive such a recognition. Beyond the simple framing of what Dickens did with Ebenezer Scrooge's journey through his own life and the world he inhabits, he used it as a device to explore the grotesque and dangerous inequalities of contemporary society. Scrooge's famous dismissal of the poor says it all. I was in A Christmas Carol. I played Scrooge at one time, and I remember the line where he said, "What then if they'd be like to die? They had better do it and decrease the surplus population." Talking about charities, and it's better the kids die to decrease the surplus population. It's very much Malthusian ideas that are promulgated defend these resets. You know, the idea that, well, you know, it's natural and good for society to have the population go. You know, it's natural and good for society that we don't treat those that didn't get vaccinated, that kind of stuff. We hear the same arguments today from the mouths of the super wealthy social Darwinians like Bill Gates, albeit differently worded and wrapped in this goofy laugh and all these faux environmental concerns we hear about. But of course, you know, Dickens says, if you read in Dickens, it says something to the effect, I think it was the Ghost of Christmas Present said to Scrooge, he said, "If man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cannot until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is, will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Talking about Tiny Tim. So who knows? You know, these the comeuppance of people like Gates and Fauci and Soros and all these guys. You know, it's going to be something that they will suffer. I mean, right now, those who suffer, the average working class, they no sooner see us die than roll over and play dead. They would rather beat us with their rules and mandates than give us sound information about how to better our immune systems. We're currently dealing with the same social issues that Dickens would find, well, very recognizable. I mean, the very atmosphere that allegedly summons the tales of those alpine demons at Christmas time, like Krampus. Humanity finds itself sinking to a new low, where every evil that can be imagined can be formed into a monster that is welcomed in the cynical and angry world. Krampus is, what was it, Chris and Sheree Geo talked about egregores, so did Brad Olson. The idea that Krampus is the egregore that is manifesting in the toxic environment we're in now. He targets the children. He beats them into submission, much like children are being coerced into taking part in things they don't truly understand, like getting a vaccine. Why must I get a vaccine, Mom? Well, because somebody said you needed to get it. Well, what about all the people getting heart problems? Well, it doesn't matter. See, that's the thing, is that, you know, you have these characters like Scrooge, and you have these characters like Krampus. And these are basically the presence of these characters, the overall character, if you will, of who they are. That many of these ideas about, you know, taking something that's from the turn of the century and applying it now, a lot of people, you know, think, well, we're too sophisticated to believe that nonsense. But mythologies exist for a reason. So Krampus's frightening presence was suppressed for many years. The Catholic Church actually forbade the idea of Krampus. And the fascists in World War II Europe found Krampus despicable because it was considered a creation of the Social Democrats. And I'm sure, given the climate we're in now, Krampus could easily become a political tool, but at the moment, he's been off limits, and people who are not too keen on traditional celebrations embrace Krampus with open arms. Krampus, like Scrooge, he's a mascot for what we don't want to invite into our consciousness. I mean, Scrooge, of course, had to go through the alchemical steps of the initiate in order to improve his life. But Krampus, well, Krampus arrives in times of strife and inner conflict. As I've been reading stories about Krampus, it just seems that the power and legend behind this demon of Christmas is becoming more palatable as we move through the 21st century. Celebrations of Christmas change. It's really not all that hard to imagine a day when Krampus will be too trendy and widely accepted as he would quite possibly seen as something as cuddly as a dog. Something as cuddly as a dog that's chained to the hip of Santa. And I don't know if we'd be able to even picture a time where not only is Santa sitting at the mall wanting to speak to kids, but Krampus is standing there as well, scaring kids into being good. You go through the whole idea of, you go through the pains of being taunted by Krampus, and then eventually you find the comfort and the serenity of being in the arms of Santa Claus. But then again, what is the demon Krampus known as? The demon with sandy claws or sandy hooks? I mean, the French have their version of Krampus, and he's a serial child killer. His name's Hans Trapp. He's like Freddy Krueger. He actually jumps into your dreams and basically kills you while you're asleep. He actually looks like a scarecrow. That's a terrible thing. I mean, imagine having a dream about a guy who looks like a scarecrow who kills you in your dreams. And again, we go back to Christmas being the time of werewolves. I mean, especially in Romania, the practice of caroling in Romania corresponded to dressing up as animals, mostly wolves and demons and spirits. That way, you know, and I don't know if you know this or not, but any child, and this is old legend, Romanian legend, that any child that is conceived or is born on Christmas Eve can be or will be cursed to become a werewolf. So the carolers that we hear about, The carolers serve to remind those who would not abstain from sexual activity on Christmas Eve that there's a price to be paid in blood for those who break the rules of Christmas. I mean, some people say there's no Santa Claus, and the primitive people would spin tall tales based on saints like St. Nicholas or even horned demons and little demonic goblins that can be found in ancient cultures and histories that are seldom talked about. But ancient cultures had these myths for a reason. And the solar eclipse, the winter solstice, darkness falling early, evil spirits, and strange creatures would enter our world through mirrors and stargates. The prevailing myth is that throughout Europe, demonic entities that followed or accompanied Santa were called the mirror opposites. And at night, you could hear them howling at the moon and the stars. See, Christmas has, I guess, literally cleaned up after about 200 years. And the darker stories are not shared that much in the United States anymore. They remain in places like Iceland and Denmark and in European traditions. The cold winter air always invites the tales of ghosts and goblins and elves. And we had our show about elves talking about those. I mean, Charles Dickens, when he wrote A Christmas Carol, he also said that Christmas time is that time where the veil is the thinnest, at the time of the Saturnalian judgment. Things happen in the sky that wouldn't normally happen. People would see things. They see ghosts and demons travel through the air, storms and howling winds at night. Yes, this is Christmas. And even though they cleaned it up, there is no mistaking that things get a little weird when you're not behaving the way you should. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Krampus is here. He's not going away anytime soon. I say it all the time. I'm not ready for winter. I never am ready for winter. Even as we're getting closer to Christmas, the cold is blowing its bitterness and the snow is fleeing to the ground. My sister in Salt Lake City was telling me they got hit with a big snowstorm there. And it eventually did snow in Colorado, from what I understand. But you know, as last year we were talking about dark winter, and this winter is the winter of our discontent, we're in a very precarious position this year because a lot of people are happy at Christmas. I don't want to take that away from people. But there's a silent group who see the holidays as dark and foreboding. And this goes beyond bah humbug of Scrooge or the burglary of the Grinch. It may be the depression of some inflexible middle age or COVID or whatever. It's all staring at you, and you're like going, what do I do with it? I mean, they call this type of year the dark times. At least they used to. Where the soul is eclipsed, the body grows tired, weary of the cold and yearning for love. Childhood memories of boxes, bows, puppies, tinsel, all pounded away by the realities of debt and pressures of family and work. I can see that it's easy to be overwhelmed at this end of the year. Some dreams have gone unfulfilled, and potentiality is always something to lean on when things don't turn out the way they planned. As we scramble to various places to buy that last-minute gift or to visit family, we forget that Christmas is indeed a time of magic. Forces exist at this time of year that go beyond the story of the humble birth of a Messiah. It's a given that Christianity wants to keep a chokehold on the season because many fear that they're clutching on their faith like a covetous old skeptic. But we forget the real reason for this season, and that is using the goodness that is blessed, that has been given us as a blessing, to ward off dark thoughts and dark futures and dark entities. Because it's the season to light the lights and cut through the darkness and share the old folk tales to those who want to hear them, not just the ones about ghosts that visit old misers or a bearded jolly fat man that delivers gifts. There are cautionary tales that were created to remind us that the darkness of the season is invited in and the responsibility to drive it out is our responsibility. See, back 400 years ago, it was customary to open the windows and the doors of the household, banishing shadow entities into the howling winds of winter. A candle was lit in every household to protect it from the winter demons. Prayers were offered, and families would kneel on the cold floors praying that demons of the north would pass over their homes and give them yet another year of life. You know, it's odd that tonight, I'm talking about Krampus. There are a lot of synchronicities. Somebody was telling me that a new video game is featuring Krampus. And not only that, but tonight, Comet Leonard is seen by a lot of people if the skies are clear. And as I've been playing all through the show, someone had pointed me in the direction of some strange howling that was going on in St. Louis County, Minnesota. And they said, you ought to play this because, of course, the Wendigo and stories of alpine demons like Krampus are rather terrifying to hear about this Christmas. And so are the howls and screams of a creature that sounds like it's in pain. Winter monsters are terrifying, especially with the cold air and the strange scratching on the windows we get from trees or from icicles that break in the night. So tonight we brought on someone who knows about the legends and the scares in the winter. That's Heather Mosier. She grew up in the foothills of the Appalachia. She's a classics professor, author and researcher, along with being a producer of Small Town Monsters. Heather loves diving into all manner of spooky, creepy cryptids and the folklore related to all of it. In fact, she's got a podcast called The Lore You Know on Small Towns Monsters YouTube page. Heather Mosier, welcome to Ground Zero.
Hi, thanks for having me.
What a night, isn't it? This creepy screams out of Minnesota, and then, of course, we're talking about Krampus. And it all goes back to, I would think that, a lot of the stories of Krampus would be related to those, what we'd call the Wendigo or some other alpine creature that is legendary.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't think of the Wendigo necessarily with Krampus, but yeah, all of this is tied to, like you had mentioned earlier, the darkness of the year, and we're coming up on the solstice, the longest night of the year, and where we're hoping that the harvest has supplied us with enough to get us through until spring when we can grow more crops. So it just kind of lends itself to these creepy stories and tales, and then words of warning as well for the children to kind of, stay out of the woods if you hear noises like that. Don't go out at dark and wander away, but also behave so that you don't get taken away or beaten by some sort of demon-like creature.
I was thinking to myself that, as I was talking in the last couple hours about how, the ghosts of Dickens and Krampus apply today because we're living in times of strife and also living in times of what we'd call scarcity and starvation. It's a lot like what Dickens wrote about in the 1840s.
Yeah, especially right now, we're kind of in a time where, especially with the pandemic kind of being snapped back 100 years or more, to times when things are more difficult, and a lot of times feels like things are out of our hands or our direct control.
Exactly. And I've always thought to myself, and we've talked before on this program about things like tulpas and egregores and how sometimes they manifest from legends. And in times like these, people start seeing these creatures. We're going to talk more with Heather Mosier about some of the haunts of the Christmas season, including the ghosts and the demonic creatures like Krampus, and what they mean to our overall psyche, how it affects us on a spiritual level and even on a physical level. Heather Mosier with us tonight, and very excited to talk more. The lore you know on the Small Town Monsters YouTube page. We'll be back with more. Keep it here on Ground Zero. Heather Mosier's with us, producer for Small Town Monsters, has a podcast called The Lore You Know, talking about the origins of a lot of these, you can call them the Christmas winter creatures, Krampus being one of them. You know, everything, Heather, in Christmas, when it comes to Christmas, is evolutionary, meaning that, you know, it all starts from a humble beginning, and that's how we got Santa Claus. A lot of people believe that Santa and, at one time, Santa and Krampus were the same thing. How far back would you say that the Krampus legend goes?
Well, I mean, it goes back a long time. I mean, I don't have an exact date. I'm not sure that we can actually pinpoint an exact date, but when you're thinking of Europe and old Austrian traditions, especially when you're looking at Krampus, and the precursor to that would be some sort of Germanic traditions or Celtic traditions going back even further. I mean, you can see elements of the creature, the physical elements, as far back as ancient Greece or Rome, as far as satyrs and even like Pan-type figures, just in the behavior of Krampus as well. But Krampus in the iteration that he is in now, I would say is, I mean, it's not ancient by classical history standards, right, but it is old compared to American standards. Right.
It's interesting that you bring up the like Pan and other what we call nature creatures, because it seemed to me the more I studied Krampus, because I was first acquainted with Krampus from my grandmother, my German grandmother, my aunt, who basically told us the stories of Krampus. And Krampus never came off to me like a demon. He never was like a demon. He was like a forest creature that, got a bad rap because of the way he looked, but he was there to teach kids a lesson, right? He was there he had to look scary. He was basically the bad cop, the yin to Santa's yang, and therefore, a force to be reckoned with. But, if you really dig deep into the legends of Krampus, you get an acquaintance there with a lot of the elves and a lot of the fairies and gnomes. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess you could call cross-pollination in the legend.
Absolutely. And he, I like the idea of him being more like a bad cop. He has a role to play, and that's just a complimentary, in a way, to St. Nicholas. But yeah, there's the idea of the balance, like you said, of punishment for children, or in hopes that they behave well enough that they don't get cold from him or a beating from him or whatnot.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of those elements come, like you said, it's a good mixture, and I think we see that just based on the way that populations converged over time. Yeah. Just, borrowing from other cultures until everything gets to what we see it as now. Yeah, I
mean, in my studies of Krampus, like I related a while ago, one of the things I think most people don't realize is that even creatures like werewolves are associated with Christmas, because of the fact that the old Romanian tales say that if you conceive a child, or if a child is born on Christmas Eve, he is destined to become a werewolf or a vampire or some sort of we call it a revenant creature of hell, because you're not supposed to be breaking the rules of Christmas Eve or Christmas time. It's a sacred time, so having sexual relationships, conceiving children, is something that's a bad thing to do. So you create some character like a werewolf or a Krampus or a demon, and of course that's where we get the idea for the Jersey Devil, is that I guess some woman had a baby that she wasn't supposed to have, and the Jersey Devil was created.
Yeah, the 13th child. Yeah. And she kind of cursed it. Yeah, things like that. And one of my favorite Christmas stories is like a Santa and the werewolf type situation from the 1800s. Yeah, where this family moved into a house that kind of had a reputation of not being able to keep servants working on the premises, and ultimately it ends with they hear howling at night, they hear scratching at the windows, and finally on Christmas Eve, when the father is trying to creep into the children's bedroom to play the role of Santa, he's kind of met with this werewolf creature in front of him.
I have never heard that story. I would love to get a copy of that story. I've never heard the story of this man coming in contact with a werewolf on Christmas, because I never really had joined the two together until I started reading stories, and it all goes back to when the snows fall, the winds are blowing, and the trees are clapping together at night. The sounds of, like what I played earlier, the sounds are heard like that, and immediately the imagination goes to some beast of the winter. That even goes back to the Norse tales of the what we call the winter armies, where when the snows would come, you could hear the roar of these creatures, and they were a lot like what you see in like Game of Thrones, or they were a lot like these snow creatures from hell. It was crazy.
Yeah, and you get the wild hunts all around the same time as well, where you hear it before you see it. You can hear these creatures coming, this epic battle or parade coming, and enough to instill fear prior to even seeing something that would be terrifying. And Krampus does the same thing. You hear him coming before he appears. You hear the bells or the chains, and you're alerted immediately that now it's time to get serious, time to be careful.
You know, you were talking about how you can hear these things happening before they happen. It reminds me of the sons. What are they? The sons of Gryla. They were the Yule lads. 13 Yule lads, and what they are is they're like these 13. They say they're pranksters, but they're more like poltergeists. And they show up. I think this is another story, another ghost story of Christmas folklore, where of course Gryla is, I guess, the woman who gives birth, and then of course there's the Yule cat. That was another story too. Just all kinds of interesting, scary stories that we've abandoned, that I'm sure are Halloween's revenge for the Christmas songs playing too early in the year. But the Yule lads, the Yule cat, Gryla, Krampus. I mean, these are stories that I think there's a whole new market out there to write these stories and introduce them into the zeitgeist.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I was doing research into Krampus a couple years back for Shannon McGraw's Into the Fray Weird Writer blog, I interviewed someone who I really respect out of the Czech Republic. He's an artist he goes by the Raven of the North, and I asked him what their version was, if they had something similar to Krampus, because we usually think of Austria or Germany.
Right. And
he said that the way he was raised, their character is, and I'll probably mispronounce it, but Nikolaus. And he's dressed up similarly to how Santa Claus for us looks, a hat and a robe. He has a list of good and bad children, but what he's accompanied with are angels and devils.
Right.
And the angels will give sweets and fruits, the devils give coal and potatoes.
Right.
But again, you hear them coming too. Right. The devils that are with him have the bells. Yes.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of people don't realize that, they have garden gnomes in their gardens, but the truth is the gnomes were the watchers of the dead. They would stand over graves. They would even cannibalize on humans at times. And of course, those legends go all the way back to Icelandic folklore. And even today, you're looking at Icelandic folklore where they believe that the elves or even other creatures, trolls or what have you, still exist.
Yeah, the Holderfolk, you don't want to mess with them. They are actually, from what I understand, move an entire planned road to not disturb them.
Right.
It's something that you have to respect them.
Yes, you don't mess with them. It's gosh, what an amazing discussion here. Heather Mosier with us tonight on Ground Zero. If you'd like to add to the conversation, maybe you've had experience with the Yule lads, the Yule cat, a werewolf, or even Krampus, we'd love to hear from you. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. That's why I'm kind of giggling, because whenever I'm scared, I giggle a bit. Heather Mosier's with us tonight on Ground Zero. Hey, like I said, during the break, I wanted to research and go after that story about Santa and the werewolf, and it looks like a person by the name of Heather Mosier wrote this story about Elliot O'Donnell, who was a prolific writer who investigated this situation. An amazing story. I'm gonna have to read that when I get home tonight. I'm skimming over it right now, but it's still. I mean, all the producers after you had mentioned the story about Santa and the werewolf, or the man who, I guess his name was Mr. Anderson, I guess, dressed up like Santa to try and make the kids feel good, and he came in contact with a werewolf. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's quite a way to spend your Christmas Eve.
It's a good story to tell too. And that's the thing, is that I think that, when you hear that lyric in that song, there'll be scary ghost stories and the glories long ago. Everybody says, "What do you mean scary ghost stories?" Christmas was full. If you drag out the Dickens, yeah, you got ghosts, but it was full of stories of fairy folk, gnomes, elves, Santa Claus. Of course, like I say, the Yule Lads, which are like poltergeists. Gryla, what is it? Heck, her name's Heck, the witch, the troll hag. All these stories come from Norway and Iceland, and I just think that, like I said, there need to be more stories told about these creatures, because they certainly are part of the scary or the dark and foreboding nature of Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking into the actors themselves who play Krampus and the Krampus louse and stuff, there's been discussions of what we're kind of missing by not having those in American culture and not having this character be one of the central figures. And part of the thought is that one of the benefits of having a creature like Krampus, that it allows for the people that play Krampus to act out activities in an acceptable manner that are not normally allowed, such as like threatening, the attacks, which they're not, usually, as long as there's not alcohol involved,
right,
and things don't get carried away.
Right.
Scaring, intimidating, things that normally we may reserve for something like Halloween.
Right.
This is something that we get to act out in other areas at Christmas as well. And then kids also get a set of boundaries. They get to test the limits. Right, exactly. And we're kind of missing that here.
I find it fascinating too. I remember, like I said, my first awareness of Krampus came from my grandmother and my aunt, who were both from Germany. And, they told us the story many times. And to us, it was just an old folk tale that was kind of scary, and it affected me. The only time I actually shared that story with anybody else is I was at a bar one night, and a friend of mine who was throwing a listener party asked me to speak about a Christmas story. And I didn't want to talk about Dickens, and I didn't want to talk about, Clement Moore or anything like that. So I thought, I'll just tell the Krampus story. And everybody in the room had never heard of Krampus before, and they didn't say a word. They were terrified of this idea of this creature. And I realized then and there that if Krampus were to come here, it would be, it'd be weird. But, now, of course, and a lot of Europeans are ticked off because we've turned Krampus not only into a demon, but into a cartoon character. And they don't see Krampus as being a demon. They see him as being, like I say, more of a fairy folk type of character. And it's funny because about 2-3 years ago, before the pandemic, there was actually a company that does spook alleys. They paid spook alleys for charity, and it was called the Fear Factory or Fears. They called the spook alley, and so they'd shut it down for Thanksgiving, and then they'd revamp it for Christmas and call it Krampus House. And so people would go through the spook alleys at Christmas time, but instead of skeletons and all that, they had like evil gingerbread men and candy canes that had, that looked like spears, and then of course at the end you get to sit on Krampus's lap. So I mean, it's a lot of fun. It really is a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, I first became introduced to Krampus when I came across this book by Chris Kolstrom called Drawn to the Dark, and she takes I think it was 11 months to a year off of what she was doing, took her life savings and traveled the world to go to different places that had scare tourism. And one of the stops was in Austria. I had heard of Krampus, but I hadn't actually read it too much in depth until I came across her book. And it's fascinating. I have a friend who lives in Austria that once I read this book, I contacted her and was, tell me about Krampus. And she said, you Americans find it so fun because you weren't raised in the terror that is
Krampus. Yeah.
having people show up at your house.
Right.
And in her village, that's exactly what happened. At the time, she didn't realize that they were her cousins, but they were young men, teenagers, that would drink, dress up, show up with parents' permission at the house and scare the children until they were crying under their table.
I've seen the parades where the guys dress up as Krampus and they use brooms and sticks and twigs, and they're using them as switches on kids in the parades. I'm thinking, boy, what a violent and terrifying life. Heather Mosier with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking about Krampus and all the other scary creatures of Christmas in the wintertime. We're going to get some phone calls coming up too, so give us a call, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. So, if the Grinch Who Stole Christmas is classic rock, then Krampus is heavy metal, punk rock. And, of course, holidays have always been strange times. Heather Mosier's with us to talk about those strange things that go bump in the night around Christmas time. We got some phones to get to as well, 503-225-0860. We go to Nancy in Kentucky. Hi, Nancy. You're on with Heather Mosier. Go ahead.
Hello, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
With all this talk of Grinches and earlier about the sacrificial gingerbread men brought back memories of my graduate school time in New Orleans, where we used to actually burn Santa Claus. And you're thinking, what? Voodoo? No. No, it was more like V for Vendetta.
Okay.
People think of New Orleans as the Big Easy. It's more of a big city of service industry workers.
Right.
And service industry, we sacrifice our Christmas so that others can have one, deal with the public stress and such. And one day before Christmas, a bunch of us at our neighborhood coffee bar, grad students, musicians, artists, we're going to go see the magnificent Christmas bonfires the Cajuns have so that Papa Noel will find them in the bayou.
Right.
But we couldn't because of all this service work hours. And I don't know which one of us said, well, we should have a bonfire. I think I suggested, after there was this stuffed Dollar Tree Santa sitting on the bar, saying, well, we just burned Santa. And the next night we did. We didn't burn Santa Claus. We burned this Guy Fawkes symbol of commercialism.
Right.
And some of the musicians, they got their drums, and we marched him out like bonfire night with a proper send-off with Dead Claus walking. And we walked him out to the parking lot. And we set him on fire.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was such a good release. And then not long after that, you could hear the church bells for midnight mass. And it was like, yeah, we released the evil Santa Claus commercialism.
You know what you need to do? I mean, this is how Burning Man got started. You realize this? I mean, Burning Man started the same way. You got to do this like there should be a tradition. Burning Christmas commercialism. And you find some Santa and you burn it in effigy every year.
Well, we did it for a couple of years after that. Even after Katrina, some of the National Guard guys helped us.
Wow.
And I don't know if I had to make the painful decision on graduation to follow work in another city. I hope it has continued on.
Oh, well, it just sounds like some sort of a weird tradition that would fit, Louisiana, I think, or New Orleans. It would just fit, the burning of the effigy of Santa, or maybe even the release of Krampus or the burning of Krampus. Heather, what do you think of that? That's a pretty interesting idea, don't you think?
I think that's great. It also allows for a communal aspect as well, like the community coming together against something. And then also just the bonding experience in itself.
Right.
I think it's a good time of year for that.
It's a good idea for a party, I guess. Come by for the claws burning or burning claws. That's what you're going to call it. Hey, welcome to Burning Claws. I mean, that's what you do.
Yeah, it was very much fellowship, and it's a time I miss.
Well,
but
Nancy,
Merry Christmas to you both.
Merry Christmas to you. What a great idea. What a great idea. I love that idea. Let's go down to Chris in New York. Hi, Chris. You're on Ground Zero with Heather Mosier.
Hi, Heather. When you hear of people losing their way in the woods, or, where they previously knew the trail, I wonder if that's induced and that people also see like these shadowy figures that might be people in the distance gathering as a group, but maybe are not.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, you're thinking that back in the day, you know, sure, there may be gatherings, but, you know, at night, I mean, they were terrified at night. I mean, they hear the sounds of the night, and that's why they would open the windows and the doors to basically shoo away all the evil spirits, because that's what, I mean, back then, the darkness, I mean, think about this. We're not used to having it be so dark. I mean, we find ways to find light. They lit candles on their trees. That's how desperate they were for light. And so when you're there in the darkness and all you have is a fireplace or you have candlelight, you know, there are a lot of shadows that show up. There are a lot of things that show up that you can't explain. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, and you know, think about it. If we didn't have power, if we didn't have things and entertainments to keep us occupied, what would our minds be doing if we had to realize that at 4:00 every night the sun would go down and we'd have nothing?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And that's something that I think we can pin back a lot of our stories and myths to what would it be like without these modern day accommodations and the knowledge that we have now. You had to come up with an excuse just to calm your mind and your thoughts of, okay, what are those sounds outside at night in the dark? What could it be? Mm-hmm. And then also, again, as warnings, since we don't know what it is or whatever our mind may run wild with, it's better to just stay at home at night. Yeah, and it's easy. Even today, if you were to wander out in the woods, unless it's something that you have done time and time again, it would be pretty easy to get lost unless you had some sort of contraption to help you get through, whether that's GPS on your phone or a compass or something like that. Everything looks different at night, and depending on how the lights are in the sky, if the moon is full, it's a lot easier to see than if we're under a new moon. The dark of the moon makes it more difficult.
Well, Joseph Campbell had spoken, you know, in his books about mythologies. He said that man goes into the woods for wisdom, and what he takes in, he brings back, and whatever is there, whether it be dark or light, he brings back with him. And I think it's because in many cases, and we've heard these cases before where, you know, we've heard of people missing or whatever, that maybe in the woods there are portals, and that we don't see them because the woods are very thick and they're dark, and things come through in the woods. And that's you know, that brings up a whole new can of worms. I mean, we've had arguments before at Bigfoot conferences as to whether or not Bigfoot is a creature that comes out of a portal and goes back in. But, you know, that's always been the legend of the woods, that things come in and out of the woods because they are open. They're a quiet and very out-of-the-way place for things to come through.
Yes, and in different traditions, especially, I mean, we were talking earlier about the Nordic countries are where we get a lot of these Christmas, the darker Christmas stories. But in some of the Nordic traditions, when you get into different types of shamanism, when you're trying to really find yourself and center yourself, one of the best things that one can do is go outside at night and try to stay out there all night. Find a place, sit down, and just be. Listen to everything around you. But it's the darkness of the night, being isolated, that allows you to really go into yourself. And then who knows what other, you know, entities or elements may be out there to help influence you as well on your journey.
I want to introduce people to IntoTheFrayRadio.com/Santa-Ans-the-Werewolf. Read that story. I'm going to go home and read it tonight. And, of course, Heather is the author of that story, talking about the man named O'Donnell who was investigating this werewolf story, Werewolf and Santa Claus and this family. It's an amazing story. And, Heather, what an amazing, having you on was just a treat for this holiday. Thank you so much for taking the time and being on the program.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's great.
So once again, we're at that time of the year where we're inching ever so close to Christmas, and Christmas parties are coming, and I don't know, you know, it takes a while for me to even catch up to the Christmas spirit for some reason. I mean, you know, sometimes I feel it, sometimes I don't feel it. And it's always like this, you know, idea of what the Christmas spirit might be. and why it hinges so much on our behavior. And I talked about this a little bit last time. I was talking about the rage and the anger, and I talked about, we talked about what Bob Larson had to say about, how exorcisms go up and depression goes up. They say it's the most wonderful time of the year, and once we've had our fill of turkey and everything else, we're told, hey, it's time to get into the Spirit. It's almost like it's forced on us, right? And it's always forced on us with Christmas especially. It's never get in the spirit of Halloween. No one's forcing you to get in the spirit of Halloween. Some people, don't want to be in the spirit of Halloween. Get in the spirit of Thanksgiving. No one thinks that way either, but it's always about Christmas. And, one of the things that I like to do is I like to show how Halloween, Christmas, and Thanksgiving have similar themes attached to them. And I know people, they want to get into the Christmas spirit so quickly, but and I'm still stuck in Halloween. I like Halloween. Okay, I like Halloween because I like hot cider. In fact, the other night I had hot cider with some of my friends. We had some hot cider with a little whipping cream on top and some cinnamon. Tastes like apple pie. And I'm going, isn't that great? You didn't have that during Thanksgiving, did you? No, you have it now because it's good. Because we used to have that at spook alleys. It reminded me back in the day, because everybody has those, spook alleys either for charity or for whatever. We drink the what do you call it? The cider. We call them apple pie, and sometimes we put like Tawaka in it or something, sneak a little alcohol in there. Maybe we throw some wine in to make it taste even better. And, we do that. It's kind of fun. But, it's hard to deny those themes. It's hard to deny that, we eat turkey on Christmas and Thanksgiving, or we eat ham and turkey on Christmas and Thanksgiving. We don't have a Halloween feast where, I guess the candy is, and you get candy at Christmas too. Think about that. You get candy at Christmas, you get candy at Halloween, you get, turkey and everything. It's like turkey, mistletoe, scary ghost stories, all those things all come together. But at Christmas, there's a difference. It's like you have the darkness and the eating and the feasting, and then they're saying, be joyful now, be charitable now, be generous, kind, forgiving. Which are all behaviors that run counter to our inclined responses to the stresses that the holiday brings us in the first place, right? And then, of course, there's, for some of us, there's holiday travel, which is also a pain. And that's where we find most of our general holiday interactions. That's where we find that there are people either full of good cheer or they're like, especially in Chicago, where I've been. In fact, I introduced Ron to Chicago. We went, what did we do? We went somewhere where we went to Virginia. When we went to Virginia, Ron and I had a layover in New Jersey and we had a layover in Chicago. And what was interesting about that is that I don't think Ron had ever been to Chicago. And so, when Ron went to Chicago, it was interesting because, he said, why are people so rude to one another? And I go, that's Chicago. It's like in New York and New Jersey, people were kind. They were nice. And see, that's why I told him, I says, I thought New York was going to be that way, but no, Chicago is that way. Just people in Chicago just seem to be, they're angry and rude all the time. That's what I get. I could be wrong. But that whole feeling when you're traveling. I remember one time I traveled to Salt Lake City to see my family for Christmas. And the fog rolled into San Francisco. I had a layover in San Francisco. I waited 13 hours at the airport before I could get on a plane to see my sister, my brother, and my mom and dad. And I could have taken a bus and gotten there on time. Okay? And so, there went my Christmas spirit. But, I'm always curious about what this whole spirit thing, just wondering what it's about. Well, believe it or not, when they talk about the Christmas spirit, a lot of people aren't going to like this. It really is about ghosts. It really is about specters. It's about, the spirit of Christmas is similar to what I talked about last night with the 3 spirits or the 4 spirits that visit Ebenezer Scrooge. Because at Christmas time, it was spirits that they believed would, the bad and the good spirits, like I said, the wild hunt of the demons, the night flights of the demons, the night flights of the angels. It's all about the spirit of Christmas. And, that other one, that Frank Capra film, where, oh my gosh, I forgot his name already. Anyway, he says he doesn't want to be born. George Bailey. He says he doesn't want to, he wants to see what it's like not to be born. That is another situation where you have an angel come down and you actually see the angel eliminate time completely, erase him from the whole scenery, and it's just like Christmas stories quite literally are plays in quantum mechanics and quantum physics. Because when Scrooge gets home from being a total jerk, he's visited by the spirit of his former partner who warns him of the coming of three spirits. And the truth is that they bend space-time in order for him to go to past, present, and future. And they talk about the shadows of things to come or the shadows that have been, and how if you do something now, you can actually change the future, which would change the past perhaps. He would get everything back if we were to speak. If they knew any more about quantum physics, he'd be able to get everything back by changing his future and changing his past. So, the Ghost of Christmas Present shows up, who's a jolly, jovial, generous, essence, pretty much. And in the original version of the story, he appears with the feast, the food. He's decorated in the trappings of the season. And quite frankly, he represents a lot of iconography that most people have ignored about Christmas, and that is, he looks like Father Noel, Kris Kringle, Nicholas, St. Nicholas. He also represents, because he has the children with him, he represents the, what do they call him, Ruprecht. He represents the guy with the whip. He represents Krampus. He represents all these characters. And he's there to show Scrooge pretty much how the wealthy and the poor try to get in the, quote, spirit of it all. And so it's basically an object lesson in investing yourself in sharing and being grateful for whatever you have and looking for the good in everything. And that means, looking for the good in people, regardless of their means, regardless of their race, regardless of their political affiliations. And so you see that the ghost represents a number of the characters. In fact, the feast, again, is a representation of Kronos, Father Time, Saturn. Because Saturn, of course, had a feast for his children, and the feast was laid out for his children, and he wound up eating his children, some of them anyway. But the Ghost of Christmas Present represents a lot of characters and a lot of icons, and once again, the mixing of the themes, Halloween, November, Thanksgiving, and December, Christmas. Because we have the feasts, we have the scary stuff, we have everything. They can put in one big holiday and it would still feel the same. And that's what I do when I talk about these things. I actually love smearing the holidays together when I do my shows around this time of year, because we do a lot of paranormal focus in October because people, they like the ghost stories and they like that stuff around that time. But then, of course, there's a lot of important things that we talk about that are in the news, important conspiracy theories and whatever that may be out there that we can explore. But if you notice, we smear the holidays together, and the reason why is because they are represented in every single holiday. Basically the same thing. The only thing missing from Halloween is a Halloween feast, and we change that with a Halloween party. So, the present spirit from Ebenezer Scrooge, the present spirit is the spirit I want to focus on, because you look at the resemblance of what he is. He looks like St. Nicholas, who is the physical embodiment of the Christmas spirit. And of course, Santa Claus comes from a few sources. I mean, he's a combination of Sinterklaas, Father Christmas. Both are rooted in St. Nicholas, of course, St. Nicholas of Myra, who was a saint and a bishop with a reputation of gift-giving. And one of the things that he was good at, too, was saving children. And somebody had emailed me a story about St. Nicholas and how he saved 3 children from being eaten. And I had never, now, to be honest, I never really paid attention to that part of the story, but it is well known that St. Nicholas was basically a savior of children. And this is why, of course, the festivities exist. The Feast of St. Nicholas, which is on the 5th and 6th, or the 6th, December 6th, usually. And then, of course, Krampus shows up before that. Talk more about that coming up on Ground Zero. Nobody's call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. The celebration of Christmas has always been centered on children. That's one constant, right? And it's unfortunate the thrills of Christmas were like bait and trappings for something sinister in the past. Now, it can be argued that Christmas is basically a training ground for a number of things. It's a training ground for love. Of course, a lot of people meet at Christmas. They kiss under the mistletoe, and that sells it. It's a time where we reflect on what we've done in the past year, and sometimes we feel like we didn't really do much or we didn't meet our goals. And so we say, we're going to meet our goals this time, we're going to make our resolutions, and there you go again. You know, you're back to combining all the things you should have done the whole year and putting them all in like 3 different holidays. You know, Janine always tells me, she says, honey, we should be celebrating everything like this every day. And I said, yeah, I agree. And there was one time I used to say that every day is April Fool's Day and every night is Halloween on Ground Zero, because it just seems to be that, you know, you can play like a fool and you can have all the scary fun stuff like Halloween and you can still have a good life, and life becomes enjoyable. Life becomes enjoyable. Like Christmas is like the cherry on top of the sundae. And there are a few sprinkles here and there with Halloween and Thanksgiving. But the sad thing is there are a lot of people that see Christmas as a training ground for great disappointment. It's a training ground for mistrust. In fact, there is a movement where earnest parents believe that perhaps it's time to come clean about Christmas and Santa and all the mythology surrounding the holiday. I saw that on, I don't know if it was on Fox News or CNN. Some guy wrote a book and said, we gotta sit down and actually tell the truth to our kids about everything that is Christmas. I mean, no, you don't. I think it would be best to keep Santa and the jolly old elf we remember from Clement Moore's poem, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. And yes, Virginia, that would even include the pipe that he smokes as he is reading the naughty and nice list. I remember I was talking about that the other night. Some person from Canada, some woman from Canada, rewrote Clement Moore's "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" and removed the pipe that he smoked with the smoke that encircled his head like a wreath, right? And of course, Baby It's Cold Outside banned. You know, a lot of radio stations now are having second thoughts about banning it because they now know the origins of it. They now know that it used to be a woman singing to a man rather than a man singing to a woman. So every version has that kind of a, yeah, we want to go to bed type thing because it's cold outside. But yeah, I mean, you know, if you know context, that's the thing. People just don't embrace context. I mean, when I first spoke about the darker Christmas stories with Bob Larson last night, someone reminded me in an email that the anagram for Santa is Satan. And, I mean, I remember that. There was a guy in Utah that wrote a book called When Santa Was Satan. And he actually was like this weird dude, and he's probably dead now. But I used to interview him every year. He was like a Scrooge, and he would just tell everybody about how, you know, he wears a red suit like the devil, and he does this like the devil, and he's the devil, and devil, Satan, Santa. It just reminded me of that, you know, this dyslexic devil, the dyslexic devil worshiper who basically got thrown out of the Church of Satan for worshiping Santa. I told him that joke on the air, and he basically almost walked off the air. I was doing the interview, and I said, yeah, did you hear about the dyslexic Satanist who got thrown out of the Church of Satan because he was worshiping Santa? He didn't like that. I don't care. But see, that's the thing about Santa, Satan, Santa. The thing about Santa is, you get told the truth about Santa. It's always someone you don't trust who tells you there is, you know, some problem with Santa, right? You know what I'm talking about. And someone you love and trust that tells you there is Santa, and he comes every year and everything. So, look, the origins of all the Christmas stories, including the story of Jesus, if you want to know the truth, if we want to be truthful tonight, all of the Christmas stories, including the story of Jesus, deal with the child sacrifice and salvation. And the salvation is from a horned being, whether it be Baal, Moloch, Satan, or whomever. I mean, the story of all God's children being saved from the snare of the devil is the reason why we celebrate Christmas in the first place, as the nativity of the Christ child is one extreme that takes us on a mysterious journey to the cross, where the Son of God was sacrificed for the saving of all of God's children. Think about that for a moment. And all the synchronicities that go with that. The story runs parallel to a lot of the stories you hear about St. Nicholas and all the other fictional characters that surround St. Nicholas, like Krampus and Zwarte Piet and all these other characters that are the good cop, bad cop. You know, St. Nicholas or Santa Claus is the good cop and Krampus is the bad cop. And so, you know, I was turned on to the historic St. Nicholas story this year about how he was the Bishop of Myra in Asia Minor. And he's traditionally considered the patron saint of children, particularly boys. And in fact, in medieval England, it was the custom on St. Nicholas Day, December 6th, for having one choir boy to be chosen to wear the bishop's frock. He was bishop for a day, and they actually had a child's bishop's frock so he could be bishop of the church for one day. So all the associations with St. Nicholas seem to be all the same associations we have with Jesus, God, the devil, with Krampus and other characters. And there's more of this that's even more interesting that we want to get to, because there are a lot of parallels that will open your eyes to what really is going on and what really Christmas is about. And like I said, it's about a bunch of the things we celebrate from October till January. And it's amazing the way we've smeared all of the holidays together, but they all seem to, you know, be the same themes that we like. And it seems to be like this one big party from October 31st until January 1st. You know, there's something a little creepy, I think, about having a moral watchman at this time of year. I'm talking about a moral watchman, meaning someone who sees you when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake, knows if you've been bad or good. Of course, you know, God does that. But when you take that out of context, it's really kind of creepy having something that watches over you while you sleep. Like an incubi or succubi who stands over your bedside, watching you as you breathe, knowing everything that you do and knowing what you're doing when the lights go out. But of course, we don't separate the night watchman, the moral night watchman, from the embodiment of good cheer and happiness and beards and cheeks and, you know, red cheeks and red nose, that kind of stuff. The gift giver. The symbols of safety, the symbols of home, what you have at home, like, you know, things that brighten your night, like the Christmas tree and those types. I mean, look, the season provides strong guidelines on how to behave in a particular context, which is why the holiday season is there, because out of all the other days, we start thinking about how we're treating people. Well, at least we should be, around the holiday season. And we've been taught through these traditions that what we should expect and how we should behave during this time of year in particular. And the question is, why this time of year? Well, I mean, surely we should have these principles with us all year round. But the emphasis here on connectivity with your neighbor, or connectivity with your family, or connectivity with someone you don't agree with, or whatever, this is part, in some respects, the natural rhythm of the season. In the summer, we're carefree. We tend to be more doing things for ourselves. We're out, you know, partying again, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, going on vacation. Many of us have to study. Many of us work very hard for what we do. But in much of the Northern Hemisphere, where the traditions have their roots, all these things we do are where the traditions begin in the Northern Hemisphere. The end of the year, usually, is the darkest time. It's the darkest time of the year. And we're psychologically looking for connectivity. And that is why we're hearing about the opioid crisis. That's why we're hearing about all these things that are shoving down our throats. We're hearing about bomb threats and scares. We're hearing about malls and Black Fridays and people shooting each other and people fighting with one another, because, you know, what we don't get, see, what we get is a lot of Krampus. We don't get a lot of Christmas. And even though a lot of people still are new to the whole Krampus concept, Krampus has arrived in the United States in about the time, I guess, it should be arriving because of what it represents. I mean, look, the code of generosity, kindness, and charity toward others is enforced by no one than ourselves. We're the ones that have to enforce that. We're the ones that have to bring that into bear. I mean, there are places where the code is always strong, and those are places where we see, a lot of the Christmas spirit. We see it in church. We see it in other places. And yet those who wish to push it away, it's a symptom of something greater. And this year was the year we heard more about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer being banned, Baby It's Cold Outside being banned. All these things are like secular Christmas items, but still they affect the cheer of the spirit and of the year and what it is. And so, there are plenty of places where those people can visit where the opposite of cheer is available to them at all times. I'm sure there are places they can go. But wouldn't they be better off if they went to places like soup kitchens or places where they can help the homeless or the cold or I remember one year, I think it was just just after I had my surgery for my cancer. That was 2007. I had my first surgery on Thanksgiving of 2007. And so by the time Christmas rolled around, I still had stitches, but I was okay to get up and move around and do some simple things. In fact, 3 weeks' time, I was actually on a D.B. Cooper investigation, which was really kind of bizarre. But in the latter part, as we were getting near December, I had two friends of mine that dressed up as elves. Two women that I knew that dressed up as elves, and they asked me if I would, don the Santa costume. And I said, sure. So I threw on my Santa costume. I got a really good Santa costume. My father played Santa a lot, and it kind of rubbed off on me, and so I have a Santa costume. And we went out, and first we bought a whole bunch of socks and a whole bunch of gloves and a whole bunch of scarves. We just, we went to like Dollar Tree, we went to Kmart, we went to Walmart, we went to all these places we could have some inexpensive stuff. We piled it in the car. I put it in a sack, and we walked through the areas of town where the homeless were, and we handed them out to people. And when I did that, and when they were with me, it was the most amazing thing. You should have seen their faces. You didn't see adult homeless people in the streets. You saw children. Okay? You saw children's faces. It was the most amazing thing. It's almost like I could take a snapshot in my mind of what this homeless man looked like when he was a child. I could take a snapshot in my mind of what this homeless woman looked like when she was a little girl. Because that look of innocence, that look of astonishment, that look of, oh my gosh, this is the most amazing thing ever. Santa Claus has come. He's brought me something to keep me warm. And, just handing it to them and, having it up as Santa Claus and doing it. So that's the code of generosity. That's the code of kindness. That's the code of charity. That's something that we should do all the time. And I know that variations of which are acceptable, provided that other people buy into it and participate in it. But many people say, nope, don't want to participate in it. It's too religious for me, too this for that. No, come on. There's more to it than that. That's why Christmas has its pagan roots. That's why Christmas has its Christian roots. In fact, even some of the Jewish stuff is even there to enjoy if you'd like to. So yeah, variations are acceptable. After all, we are the sum of individuals around, basically, who generate or are supposed to generate a collective force that governs and organizes our social structure. We are responsible for that. And I have been talking about this ever since I talked about the outrage we've been addicted to. I'm thinking, we're responsible for our social structure. We're responsible for gathering together and taking from the collective memory something beautiful that we can all agree on. I get told all the time, Clyde, you focus on the negative. No, this is me being positive. Krampus is just an icon to tell you this is where it can go, the darkness. It can be there, and you can taste it, and you can touch it. You can actually feel it. You've felt it in your home. You've felt it around you. You have been, sometimes at night, you see the night visitors. They show up. The shadow people show up. We have ghosts. We had a girl who called our show last night who said she was being haunted by whispers, and all of a sudden you start hearing whispers on the phone. That freaked me out. I don't know if you caught that if you were listening to the show. I don't know if people listen to the entire show. Because I know in some markets we get 1 hour here or 2 hours there. I think you should call a program director and say, hey, why do I only get an hour of Ground Zero when it's amazing 3 hours? And so many things happen. I mean, you're going to miss the girl who called and said, oh, by the way, I'm being haunted, and you're listening to her call and you're hearing voices and whispers in the background. I didn't hear them. My producers didn't hear them, but all of you heard them. And we play them back. So yes, there are all sorts of variations to this, and we are the ones who generate the collective force that governs and organizes our social structure. And there are minimums. There's a minimum yearly requirement. It's called Christmas. A minimum yearly requirement, Christmas. And that minimum yearly requirement is the fact that you need to acknowledge, in terms of a Christmas spirit, what you should do to make things good. But it's not all or nothing. I'm not castigating everybody by saying, you should be this way at Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. No, I'm not doing that. But when we act out the Christmas spirit, when we know exactly the background of all this, we're making visible to the collective force. We're making it visible for that collective force that is supposed to be that collective force that does good in the country, good in the world. And we empower it. We manifest it. We can manifest Santa Claus. We can manifest Krampus. We can manifest whatever we want. We can manifest Jesus if we want in our lives. I mean, it is the power. It is the power that we can draw from during this time of the year, all year, when you feel the need to be angry about something. You can set up shop and say, I don't want that power to overcome me. You need to be physically present when someone invokes the moral code, when someone invokes the code of ethics, the golden rule. You need to be there and be present. I mean, if you wear a Santa hat, more power to you. If you say Merry Christmas, more power to you. If you say Happy Holidays, more power to you. If you smile and give money when the donation kettles are playing that damn annoying ring, more power to you. And see, these are all these things that represent Christmas. It represents the spirit. And we technically should not avoid it. Regardless of what we say to ourselves, regardless of what we believe, whether you believe in God or not, whether you believe in Jesus or not, whether you believe in Hanukkah, Harry, or Santa, or Krampus, or St. Nicholas, or Sinterklaas, or Zwarte Piet, whoever you believe in, we should technically not avoid an opportunity to be happy. I mean, as we see the secularization growing in the world today, I mean, the Christmas spirit is something that we should all be able to relate to because it speaks to the social rights and social obligations that we have to each other in order to maintain a civil society. Enough with the incivility. We need to be friends with each other again. If there's anything I can do to basically make my say as to what we need to do in the next year, and that is we need to find ways to reunite. I've always been ahead of the game, so I'm talking this, and it may sound all crazy, and you may think I'm being a little pusillanimous, but that's not what I'm wanting. I just want people to understand that if there's anything we do this Christmas, that is, let's kind of add to the collective context. Let's just, be a collective force. Give it all power. Give it what we can. Know the good and the bad, and don't kill it for everybody. 888-673-37. Let's go to Brett in Michigan. Hi, Brett. You're on Ground Zero.
Clyde, thanks for bringing up Old St. Nick. I really admonish people to focus on the spirit of St. Nick. And, I respect your recommendation about soup kitchens and all that. I think it brings us, of course it brings us greater joy, satisfaction, contentment when we know we've done something good for somebody.
Yeah.
And I never knew this. It was a serendipitous discovery, but when I was taking care of my mom, and she was in a couple different nursing homes, I took my Weimaraner, the canine soulmate companion, with me to visit because the third shifter said it was okay. And there were several people who were also nursing home patients who fell in love with Sammy. And so I would regularly, nearly every night, go in and spend visit time with these other patients. So, and I was amazed at how much joy people got just from having a friendly canine soulmate companion there. There's like, wow.
Well, it goes back to what it goes back to that, it's oxytocin. You know what that is? Oxytocin. It's like dopamine. It squirts into your body and you get it from seeing a dog or petting a cat or, having a hug or those types of things. And they've been saying that, this whole idea of addiction is pretty much based on the fact that people who are addicted to certain things don't have oxytocin, or they have a lack of oxytocin in their bodies. And so they don't do anything to trigger that oxytocin. They just want to kind of, numb it all together with drugs, and that's where they get their dopamine, or that's where they get the feeling they get, the reward centers fire up. And the truth is that we can control the reward centers by doing things that make us feel good, and things that are not as dangerous, like taking drugs and other things. If you do more of those good things, then you find yourself in a situation where you don't have to, numb yourself up. I mean, that's one of the reasons why people drink a lot during the holidays, is because it's joy. It makes you feel cheerful. It takes the pain away. And while it's induced with alcohol or induced with something else, it's still a matter of, this is what we strive for in these times, because they're the darkest times of the year. And we want to remind ourselves of the good things. And that's why I say, it can be a year for Krampus, which most people decide they want it to be, or you can have Krampus there and celebrate the joy and fun about it outside of Krampus. And that's the thing that I think is interesting about the whole situation, is that. Let's go to Andrew in New York. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. So, I wanted to get your take on the Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
It could be, most of these holidays are pagan.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, Halloween.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see if you thought that people are so uptight this year, they're so out of touch with reality and so moody and into being combative. If you bump them or look at them too hard or for too long, ready to be combative and ready to square up at you. What do you feel? And even though we're in Christmas, this so-called Christmas merry time, be chummy. What do you think?
Because people have been so used to the idea of getting their high off of being angry, their high off of being outraged. They forget what it's like to have that good feeling that you get when you do something good. And I think that's the thing. We need to relearn or refigure out how to go back to that idea of feeling good for the sake of feeling good, not feeling bad and going, oh, that's such a great feeling to know that I gave the finger to that guy that cut me off. We'll be back with more. Don't go away. Are evolutionary, and it can be argued that rather than seeing this as the end of the year and thinking to ourselves, oh, what didn't I do this last year? It's best to look at it as the beginning of a training ground. It's a training ground for all things, both the good stuff and maybe even the training ground for major disappointment. It's all in how you look at it. I mean, the tradition never gets lost on children. Children are happy. They look forward to Santa Claus. They look forward to all that stuff. But we as adults, we kind of rejected all those things, and maybe for one night out of the year, we can embrace it and say, hey, maybe we need to know a little bit more about the origins of what it's all about and why we celebrate, more so than what we learn when we look at the nativity scene or the Star of Bethlehem or some other story that we read. Because everybody's sitting there tinkering with all the other things. They're tinkering with the songs. They're saying we ought to ban certain songs. They're saying this. I mean, how joyless can a person be when they attempt to trample all over someone's Christmas? And as I said, as I was talking earlier about Christmas, it just seems to me that it's a collective force and we give it the power that we need to give it. Either we give it the bad, we give it the good. I mean, we are the sum of the individuals around us who generate the collective force that governs and organizes this social structure that happens during the year. And it can be carried out throughout the year. I mean, we're always psychologically looking towards others for help, for comfort and warmth. comfort and joy, oh, that sort of thing. I mean, all these things, the powers, the good, bad, and even the magic. See, that's the thing I like. I don't mind talking about magic. I don't care if I sound crazy if I talk about magic, because magic is on the quantum level something that propels us into greater heights, greater feelings, and greater enjoyment. And digging deep within the origins of something like Christmas is a little bit fun. Finding the synchronicities is very interesting. And that is why, I got an email from a listener who said, hey, you should read more about St. Nicholas and the relationship to Krampus, the relationship to, and I thought, yeah, okay, because I always talk about Krampus and where he came from. I talk about other stories because we all know about Santa Claus. I just thought maybe, we could play around with some stuff and find out there are some, pretty decent, traditions that are buried. And that, associations that we have with certain characters in Christmas have associations with real people, associations with real feelings, associations with real spirits. That's why they call it the spirit of Christmas, the specters of the season. And so somebody had said, Clyde, didn't St. Nicholas save a bunch of boys from dying? And I didn't know what that was, because I just knew St. Nicholas was the, St. Nicholas of Myra. And so, a good friend of mine and an inspiration to me, been an inspiration for a long time, Tracy Twyman, recently did a video, and in the video she mentions St. Nicholas and the three pickled boys. Now, tradition has it that an evil shoekeeper, no, he's not a shoekeeper, he was a shopkeeper. What am I saying, shoekeeper? He was a shopkeeper who, in the town of Myra, hated children. He kidnapped 3 small boys, chopped them up with an axe, and pickled them in a barrel. St. Nicholas, when he heard about this, was horrified, prayed fervently to God because of the purity of his faith. The boys were raised from the dead. They raised to life and wholeness again and came out of the pickle barrel singing Alleluia and giving thanks to God. However, according to legend, the evil spirit of the butcher haunted St. Nicholas in penance ever since. And this is where we begin, I guess walking into that good old Tracy Twyman territory. Now, for those of you who don't know who Tracy is, she was a producer of my show at one time. She's a nonfiction writer, known for her books, The Merovingian Mythos, Solomon's Treasure, and Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge. She first came to public light in 1996 when she began publishing the underground esoteric history magazine Dagobert's Revenge, which I remember as well. She continued to publish it until 2003. She's been on Coast to Coast AM, of course. She's been on this show many times, produced this show. She was also in a documentary movie, Bloodline, amazing film. She's been in many TV documentaries. Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. We appeared together in a conspiracy theory together. I'm so proud to have on the program Tracy Twyman. Tracy, welcome to Ground Zero.
Oh, hey, Clyde. It's so good to talk to you again. It's been too long.
I know it has. It's probably spring, maybe earlier than that we talked, and you're back on. I'm glad to have you on. And your latest video is amazing about, the connections you've made with St. Nicholas and Krampus and Mac the Knife and Mickey Mouse, and it's just an amazing, it's an amazing walk through this marvelous compilation you put together, and the synchronicities and what we, I guess, would consider Twilight language. So I guess where to begin, I think that the listeners would like to probably hear from the beginning. We were talking about, or I was talking about earlier, about St. Nicholas, and actually somebody had sent me an email prior to you coming on the program saying, what do you know about St. Nicholas and the pickled children or the pickled boys? And I'm like, this is a weird thing. I've never heard of this. And lo and behold, I noticed that you did a video and you were talking about this. So let's go from the beginning here about that legend to start off.
Sure, yeah. You told the story pretty much the way that I've been reading it also, except I remember a detail where the guy was a butcher and he didn't have regular meat. That was one of the reasons why he was feeling kind of sore, was that everyone was kind of going through a dry spell. It was a famine in the land at the time, and so he had already run out of meat to sell when these kids came along, and they sort of wandered away from their family and gotten lost, and he lured them into his shop and then butchered them, just like you said, and pickled them in a barrel of brine. And then St. Nicholas came along into the shop to buy meat, and the butcher, Paris Richard, actually tried to pass meat of these boys off to St. Nicholas as though it were pork. And he could tell that wasn't what was going on. He knew exactly what had happened, and so then he resurrected them. And so it's kind of, even more dark that he actually tried to serve the meat to the saint. But I ended up revisiting this myth recently because of some research I had been doing into the origin of Mickey Mouse and trying to figure out what seemed like some occult symbolism surrounding Mickey Mouse and the logo, and also, the logo with the 3 circles. And then also just symbolism having to do with the mouse itself related to, the idea of slipping someone a Mickey.
Right.
and symbolism having to do with things that criminal cartels sometimes do, or criminal organizations, in order to lure people in and get them to, trust someone by acting nice and giving them something cute and fun to consume or to play with, and it ends up being a trap, So
exactly.
I ended up researching that stuff, and that's what made me think about the myth of St. Nicholas again, because his symbol is 3 circles also.
Yeah, I've noticed in the artwork, some of the old artwork of St. Nicholas, he carries with him these 3 spheres, these 3 balls, if you will. They're either hanging from some sort of a ribbon, or he's carrying them in his hand. And you pointed out that symbolism, and you did it so well. In fact, you even showed like the ace of clubs, and that of course is also 3 spheres connected to one ribbon or shaft. Tell us about what those 3 spheres mean.
So there's another legend connected to St. Nicholas as well, where he's again saving children. And in this case, they're young girls, I mean, not like little girls necessarily, but I guess young women or, teenage girls who are with a poor family and a poor father who can't afford their dowries, and he's concerned they're going to end up as prostitutes. And so in order to make sure this doesn't happen, St. Nicholas was able to sneak up, I guess, on his roof, and there was kind of an opening, like, one of those windows that's up high near the roof. He opened one of those windows and dropped a bag of gold each night for 3 nights consecutively. And the father would wake up and find this bag of gold sitting there, and he thought it was just a miracle, which it kind of was, because of St. Nicholas doing it. And anyway, so that's how he was able to pay the girls' dowry, save them from a life of prostitution. And so St. Nicholas is represented with these three gold balls or 3 bags of gold. Usually, you can just shorten it to 3 circles. And this is now the symbol of pawn shops. And you see it a lot in Europe, but you also see it sometimes in the United States and other places.
I never thought of that, because I know that because I live just down the street from a pawn shop, and I remember seeing that image. It looks like clubs, but it's a different symbol. And I asked the guy one time, it was in neon, and I said, "What is that symbol?" I don't know what it is. He says, "It's the symbol for pawnbrokers. It's an ancient symbol." And I said, "Oh, I guess then like doctors, they have their own little ancient symbol." And so I'm glad you clarified that, because I never would have known what it was about. Tracy Twyman with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking right now about some of the myths surrounding St. Nicholas, and they're pretty fascinating as we tell the truth about some of the mythology and some of the great legends of Christmas right here on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. More with Tracy Twyman coming up. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Tracy R. Twyman with us tonight to talk about some ancient symbolism and some traditions, some mythologies, of course, about St. Nicholas and Krampus and connections to a lot of contemporary things. And we were talking earlier about the 3 spheres, or the bags of gold, or the representation of this with St. Nicholas and in some of the art, and how it's connected to pawnbrokers. Wouldn't that also, though, with the number 3, weren't there 3 boys that were in the barrel at the time that he came in and where the butcher was?
Yes. So, yeah, 3 circles seems to represent both of these 2 myths that are associated with St. Nicholas that have to do with ransoming or rescuing children from, in one case, prostitution, in the other case, someone who kidnapped them and chopped them up and was going to cannibalize them. So,
right.
It all is connected. As I show in this massive essay, I ended up writing about all this stuff. I just couldn't believe some of the coincidences I ended up finding. So there's another layer to this 3-circle thing with St. Nicholas, because he's also very specifically associated with the doctrine of the Trinity. And they say that he actually went to the Council of Nicaea and argued in favor of the doctrine of the Trinity. And he actually punched the heretic Arius in the face because they got in a fist fight over it. So the symbol of the Trinity in Christianity is these 3 circles again. Usually they're interwoven, but the similarity is there again. And it's just like, as you pointed out, the club symbol that we find on cards, which I find is also fascinating because of this Père Fouettard figure who, as you mentioned in this article you published along with the Tonight Show, there's a word related to Nicholas having to do with murdering, you said? Nikon means to murder or slay?
Yes.
You pointed out that, okay, Père Fouettard's name means a whip or a birch rod, right? Father with
the whip. It's father with the switch or father with the whip. I think that's what Père Fouettard means. And Père Fouettard was the name of the dark spirit that followed Nicholas after he saved those children. At least that's what I got. Right. Is that what you got?
Absolutely, and I think that is Krampus. This is what I'm finding. Like, it was Père Fouettard, and then he's also called, there's several other names for him, like Rupus or Ruprecht is another one, and then Black Pete is a way of saying it in English. And so, there was a bunch of protests in Europe just a couple of weeks ago about this stuff because, they were bringing out what they traditionally would do, which is usually white people in blackface makeup being Black Pete. Because he's portrayed, at least on a lot of these, like old postcards and stuff from Europe, as just a black man. And then they would, when they're doing the celebrations of St. Nicholas on St. Nicholas's Day, which is the 5th or the 6th, or sometimes they'll do it on the eve, so on the 5th, and they'll bring out Santa Claus, and then they'll bring out someone representing this darker figure, and it's either Krampus with the goat horns and the big fangs and everything, so a big monster, or it's a black guy, or a white guy with blackface makeup. But either way, it's the same thing because they're represented whipping the kids, the bad kids, giving them coal instead of toys, and then even kidnapping them, putting them in the bag, and leaving with them.
Yeah.
So it's you can see why there were protests because they're of course just blackface makeup in general is considered offensive now. Plus, it's also melding this figure of a black man with this murderer and also with this child-eating satyr.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that I was learning too. I mean, Krampus, of course, has a different caricature here in America when he's been brought over. But the truth is, you're right. He is a satyr who, not only kidnaps children, the bad children, beats them, whips them like Père Fouettard does, and then he throws them in the river, or he throws them somewhere, or he even takes them down to hell with him. And I just find that interesting that the evolution of what we call Krampus is certainly the claw. He's the claws, if you will. The sandy claws is what they call him. He had the sandy claws of hell, reaching from the dirt, bringing the kids in or throwing them in the river.
Man, and so a lot of these old postcards that I mentioned I've looked at, they'll show the parents of the bad kids just standing there approvingly as all this is happening.
Yeah, the parents are enjoying the fact that the Krampus can beat them because they won't. They can't because it's not socially acceptable. But if Krampus shows up, yeah, they just let Krampus go in and have his way with the kids. If the kids are bad, he grabs a switch, he starts beating the children, puts them in a sack, throws them, and also there's that old adage, going to hell in a handbasket. There's that old idea that he even carried a basket and put kids in it and send them down to hell, which is kind of a scary idea.
Definitely, and it's just more of the obvious connections here that you and I have talked about. I know you talk about a lot with Santa Claus and the child eating god Saturn or Kronos,
right?
And also the Grim Reaper.
Yep, they're all connected, and
Saturnalia.
Right. We're all connected. I want to get into that some more with you. We're going to take a break right now. Tracy Twyman with us tonight on Ground Zero. Some interesting connections about the legends we've grown up with, and sort of the darker sides of them that we do not know about. And that, in fact, I'm still learning stuff now. I mean, the stuff that Tracy has put together in a new video I was watching is amazing. And you're gonna have your mind blown as we continue with this conversation, because it blew my mind, some of the connections and some of the more creepy connections to things like Disney and other things. We'll be back. 888-673-3700. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Tracy Twyman with us tonight. Some of the scary origins of Christmas mythology. Tonight on the show, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I said in the first hour, Tracy, that, we have here in America kind of like it's like we have a smear of holidays. Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, all except for Halloween, seem similar. And what I mean by that is we all have turkey, we all have the food, we all exchange gifts, we get candy at Halloween, we get candy at Christmas time. And my question is, did we separate the substance? Because it seems as though Halloween goes by so quickly that every once in a while you get the feeling that what happened to that holiday? And lately I've been hearing things like, for example, they had an ad on the show here that was actually promoting a spook alley, or one of those paid-for charity spook alleys that featured Krampus. And they were going to run it during the Feast of St. Nicholas and run it during Krampuslauf. And I was very surprised that this is catching on, because it's like all of a sudden we're bringing back Halloween, we're mixing it with Christmas, and it was that way in the first place. I mean, did Halloween here in America replace Krampuslauf and the Feast of the Feast of St. Nicholas as Thanksgiving?
I can see what you mean. Like in Europe they had these traditions with Krampus, and therefore they got to have the scary monsters come out at Christmas. So we do that more with Halloween. But yeah, it also just seems like to me that there's always just a creepy vibe to the whole season that gets kind of kicked off with Halloween. And to me it's creepy just because it's getting dark at 4 o'clock. So
yeah, I agree with that.
That itself.
And I was saying something about how today I was reading a story about the spirit of Christmas. Nobody really called it the spirit of Christmas until after Charles Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol. And the three spirits, of course, once again, three spirits, three balls, three spheres show up, and one of them is the ghost of Christmas Present, who looks very much like Ruprecht, looks very much like Father Christmas, Papa Noel, looks very much like, in some ways, Krampus, because of the fact that he has the large cape and the children are underneath his cape, wanton ignorance. I mean, the traditions continue, and they all seem to mix and evolve over time.
Yeah, but it is interesting how, in our Christmas celebrations here in the United States, we pretty much forget about the Feast of St. Nicholas, which is, as you mentioned, is earlier in the month. And, we're doing mostly fun stuff, and we're mostly associating it with happy family times and, kids having fun, kids getting presents. I don't think, in probably the last 2 or 3 decades, there's very many families that actually punish their children with coal or anything like that. We like to keep it light around here, We like to go out and buy things. We like to do things that we think are fun, as opposed to having all of these really old, dark rituals, being brought up again. But it's weird how the traditions, I think, still kind of lurk in the past, which I think is what's being implied, don't you, with the pairing of Santa Claus and Père Fouettard, that they're somehow mirrors of each other, and basically Père Fouettard is Father Christmas's dark half. This is the bad father.
Santa or Father Christmas, they don't ever fight. You notice that Krampus, Père Fouettard, Zwarte Piet, Saint Nicholas, they don't fight. They're friends.
Right.
And so maybe he is the dark conscience of Saint Nicholas. Maybe there is a dark side to Saint Nicholas that we don't know about, and it personified itself as Krampus, or personified itself as Père Fouettard. That this whipping father, or the Kronos character that is mixed with Saint Nicholas. I was just talking the other night about the Chassé Infernal. I don't know if you know what that is. The demon. The flight of the demons, or the demons that basically race through the night through the Milky Way, and how it was tradition in the old Norse and some of the old medieval times that around Christmas time there was something called Flight of the Demons. It was called the Chassé Infernal, or the Chase of Hell, the Wild Chase. And it was then that all of these demons, they were the lords of the air. They came through the sky, through the Milky Way. It was the waters of the Milky Way, they called it. Came through the sky and went from town to town. And if anybody witnessed these demons in the street, that's why they had to stay indoors. If they witnessed the demons in the streets, they would end up dying themselves. Or someone in their family would end up dying. Or getting what they called the sickness, which is the weather, the snow, or the cold would create this winter sickness. Now I'm sure it's seasonal depression or whatever, but it was certainly a disease where not only did people lose their minds, but again, we go back to the idea of cannibalism. We go back to the idea of Père Fouettard and how he took those boys and put them in the tub and wanted to eat them. And then, of course, Krampus, again, we have this motif of the children being eaten or actually taken away from the families if they're evil.
Mm-hmm. Now, the way that I ended up revisiting this is simply because I was thinking about the Mickey Mouse logo, and I could tell there was something, some occult meaning to it, that it's a sigil, and so that's what made me end up reanalyzing St. Nicholas. The freaky thing, of course, I started that off, of course, with Baphomet research, right? The whole thing started off because mouse is another word for Baphomet, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, M-A-U-S-E. So I started thinking, I wonder if, Mickey Mouse is some kind of Baphomet symbol, secretly. And I started going down that road, and I definitely found quite a few things. But the thing that really freaked me out is when I started thinking about St. Nicholas and these three circles, and then I said to myself, I wonder if Walt Disney's birthday is anywhere around St. Nicholas's Day. And I looked it up, and it is. It's on the 5th.
He was born December 5th?
Yes. That's what was at that point, the hairs are just standing on end on my body. I'm like, oh my God, this is real.
Right.
And that just was the beginning of the thing. And then then I realized, okay, I started reading about St. Nicholas, and the way they pronounce his name in so many different countries sounds exactly like Mickey. It's Mikolas or Mikolay and things like that. I showed 7 different variations.
They don't do. It's not the N. They don't use the N. They use the M. It's Mikolovs or Mikolovsky or Mikolos. Mickey. It's like Mickey Los, Mickey Lofts, Mickey. It's like Mickey Mouse. It's. I was realizing that when I was watching. I go, you can't believe it. And then once again, I want people to kind of close their eyes a bit and think to yourself, the image of Mickey Mouse and how they've reduced it to 3 circles. It's no longer just Mickey Mouse's face. It is the 3-circle symbol on the Disney logo. And it's like the 3 spheres of Nicholas, or the 3 spheres of Père Fouettard, the whipping Krampus, which...
And then here's the other freaky thing is that, okay, Père Fouettard is in the blackface makeup. Well, that's what Mickey was based on, according to Walt Disney's own testimony. He said the way that he designed his body was to look like actors wearing blackface in the old vaudeville shows and stuff. And
I can see that if you look back at Steamboat Willie, and how Steamboat Willie kind of. I always thought Mickey and all the old cartoons at that time, they were trying to imitate the blackface motif. It was kind of like, it felt a little weird, creepy, and that's why, they were I guess they were acclimating people to that face in a way.
Do you remember who the owner was of the steamboat?
What was his name?
Black Pete. I kid you not.
Oh my
God.
Really? Yeah, now I do. Yeah. Black Pete. He owned the boat.
Pete, sometimes they would call him Peg-Leg Pete or Bootleg Pete.
Yep.
Yeah, he owned the boat. And then in later cartoons, he did all sorts of bad things. He was a gangster and stuff, which goes right along with where the symbolism ended up going, because then I ended up just figuring out exactly what influenced Walt Disney to create this character in the first place, and it's actually a very, very dark origin, and it goes exactly along with the symbolism of the three circles, because it comes from this thing called the Threepenny Opera, which I will explain to you. I don't know if we have a room here before the break or what.
Well, I tell you what, we can get into the Threepenny Opera after the break, because I managed to, and it was for the reasons that I wanted you to get into this. I actually recorded the Mickey Mouse dance from the Opry, the Grand Opry cartoon that you mentioned in your video, and it was certainly a creepy experience to have you talking about this and seeing the three circles dancing, because they have the shadow of Minnie Mouse dancing, and it's not really Minnie Mouse, it's some sort of doll, but it's just the three circles dancing, and Mickey Mouse is saying some crude thing about it, while the hot dogs are dancing, kind of a phallic. It was really weird. I mean, I don't remember the Opry House cartoon, but when you brought that forward and showed that in your presentation, I was like going, this is like, it's sexual, it shows the three circles, and it also, the character that's singing the low parts is doing the Cornu, heavy metal, finger signs.
Yeah, he's doing the devil hand signs, and he's advertising Minnie's erotic dance that's coming up. She's going to do the hoochie coochie dance.
Right.
Which is, yeah, so, and then, Mickey, this is when they meet, is in this cartoon, and he's selling hot dogs, and he even, I don't know if it's that cartoon or the other one. Yeah, I think it's that one where they're dancing. Then there's another one where he's selling hot dogs, which is like the next Mickey cartoon that came out. He forces them to get on her plate, and he like pulls down their pants and spanks the hot dogs. It's really weird.
Okay, so, we're gonna get into the weird old Mickey Mouse stuff too. I was connection to St. Nicholas, Krampus. I mean, there's some weird connections, but they all fit. Either you do remember, close your eyes, the circles of Mickey Mouse and what it represents. Those three circles are the same circles that St. Nicholas carries with him, the circles of gold. They've been seen being carried by Krampus and Père Fouettard, the whip, the children being mesmerized and brought forth. It's pretty amazing the way all this comes together like this. It's almost like it's alchemy and magic being used on kids in order to mesmerize them to follow Mickey Mouse, follow St. Nicholas, Santa Claus, Krampus. It's just an amazing stuff tonight. So a lot of amazing connections. Down on Ground Zero. You know, Tracy, I noticed something. Someone sent me the pawn image again with the three golden spheres. If you invert them, you have the trident. You notice that?
Yeah.
Which is a symbol of either the Trinity or the what we call the counterfeit Trinity, which is Satan, the devil, and the Antichrist. Or what is it? What are the three? There's the Antichrist, the devil, and one other demon or something. That are the three of the trident. So you have the trident with those three balls as well.
True. So, well, and the Maus word in German, it indicates a bullet or the point of a knife, or something making a wound. So that goes right along with the trident, doesn't it?
Yeah, the trident is the staff of the devil, staff of the horned one, staff of Poseidon of the underworld.
Yeah.
And the three spheres connected together of the trident form would create the Mickey Mouse image.
There you go.
That's pretty amazing. So what I have here is I have a clip. We were talking about Mickey Mouse and the Opry House, And here's a clip from this. Listen how creepy this is.
But you're wearing a trance with her hoochie coochie dance. Hot dog! Hot dog! Hot dog! Hot dog! Just a nice and fancy hoochie coochie dance. It's a bomb hold stand, keep your money in your pants.
It's something dance, keep your money in your pants. It's just creepy. That whole segment is just creepy. It's almost like it's pornographic in a lot of. I mean, I don't think that's for children.
Well, no, and he even said, Disney said that, like, they had to clean up Mickey's image later and even kind of not feature him in the cartoons so much because he was popular with children. So he was a role model, and so they didn't want him to be like owning a burlesque parlor anymore, or selling hot dogs while someone's doing a sexy dance. And that's what Minnie Mouse was originally a stripper, which is interesting. Someone pointed out to me that there's a song called Minnie the Moocher.
Yes.
By Cab Calloway, and it sounds like it can be part of maybe the reason why the name Minnie was chosen. Still part of the same type of entertainment from that same era. So I definitely think that Mickey is kind of a quasi criminal character in the beginning, even though we perceive him as just being sort of mischievous and playing pranks on people and stuff.
But his design is based on the three circles of the trident. His design is based on the three spheres of gold. It's based in the ancient, the antiquated imagery that's taken from St. Nicholas, Krampus, all of those what we call legendary figures from Christmas. It's kind of bizarre.
I think that Mickey is a dark character packaged to be a cute character to appeal to children, and I don't even know if that was the intent in the beginning, but that's what ended up happening. And just like you said, it is magic, It took on a life of its own.
It's alchemical. Tracy Twyman with us tonight on Ground Zero. Some fascinating stuff and connections being made tonight. Give us a call with questions or any kind of other things you've discovered. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. So tonight we've covered so far a lot of things, from the myth of St. Nicholas to the three children in the tub to the three spheres that he is represented with, the three spheres of the pawnbroker, the trident, Satan, Krampus, the horned one, and of course leading to Mickey Mouse, where, and the thing about Mickey Mouse that's most interesting is that Mickey is kind of like the perfect example of what we'd see as neoteny, where we have a creature that has evolved over time, where the eyes have changed and the facial features have changed. It's gone from, as Tracy had pointed out earlier in the hour, something that's akin to blackface. And the initial function of Mickey was to star in cartoons. He was a little bit more unrefined. He was a little bit more adult. Minnie Mouse was a stripper. It was, just the gradual change, the evolution. It's kind of like the gradual change and evolution of what Santa was. Santa went from Krampus to Santa to something else to something else to something else. And so we see this evolution of dark characters into something that is greater. And so, we also see Mickey Mouse as something that's a representation of the creator Walt Disney. And for those of us that have been to Disneyland or Disney World, it escapes our notice sometimes that the progression of what we see from this little rodent to an infantile looking mouse has gone for a long time to just now, if we look at some logo for Disney, it's just an abstract sequence of the ovals, abstract sequence of the circles that she brought up first, that Tracy brought up. And so, it is the three circles, again, the three spheres, they're now instantly recognizable identifier for Disney. You look at the Disney Channel, you look at that. But once again, we look at the three spheres and what they represent. The three boys that were in the tub. It represents the Trinity. It represents, gosh, you just go down the list of all the things that he could represent, and how they use now the three-sphere mouse that is interchangeable, rotated, and still represents the same thing. I mean, you see those spheres everywhere when you go to Disneyland or Disney World. Now, does these three spheres in any way resemble a mouse? No, they don't. Yet, when you put them together, it's easily recognizable as both Mickey Mouse and Disney. And so, the three-sphere idea is more powerful as a utility and a sigil than anything else you can come up with. And so, that sometimes I think, I mean, if we really think about it, that is pretty mind-boggling. And the connection you have to all of it. In fact, I was looking, Tracy, on the internet for the three spheres, and one of the biggest selling Christmas ornaments this year is a three-sphered ornament with Mickey on top of it.
Well, yeah, I've seen lots of Mickey-related Christmas stuff this season. Of course, I'm noticing, and excuse me, now more than ever, because I'm writing this stuff. But it's like this is something that I thought about anyways. Like, you know, when I think back to my childhood, there was always some Mickey Mouse themed stuff going on around Christmas, and yeah, they all seem to kind of go together, you know. Mm-hmm. So it seems like it seems to me that Mickey as a marketing symbol goes along with, in my mind, the way that Christmas is celebrated here in the United States specifically, which has now been mimicked a lot in other countries. But, you know, we've got Santa Claus, and it's very commercial. It's all about getting tons of presents on Christmas. And the toys, you know, a lot of us will have received during our childhood Disney toys, you know, like little toy Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or something for Christmas. It was very, very common. So in my mind, I always associate the two, and I think a lot of people do. And but you're right. It's interesting to think back how these early cartoons weren't really targeting children, and I think it just you know, caught on over time because they're cute, I guess, and kids like them. And you know what the story about the gas masks that were specifically designed to look like Mickey Mouse's face?
No, I didn't know about that.
You know about this?
No, I didn't hear about it.
Okay, so you know, during the Second World War, they actually designed some gas masks to be distributed in case we needed them. You know, so the military designed these things, and they specifically decided to make them look like Mickey Mouse's face so that it would be less frightening for children. And Walt Disney himself was involved with this, and, you know, he got together with military brass to design these children's gas masks that were supposed to look cute like Mickey Mouse. And to me, this kind of exemplifies exactly the vibe I get from Mickey Mouse, which is like, this is something that's meant to pacify you. It's meant to look cute, but there's something not cute behind it, you know? Just like Père Fouettard is, you know, kind of hiding behind the friendliness of Santa Claus.
Now, I have a question. Okay, since we're talking about Santa Claus, we're talking about Krampus, the horned one, and we're talking about the three ovals and the shapes. Now, isn't the inverted triquetra a symbol of 666? I mean, doesn't that? I mean, when you're looking at Deus Filius Dei Spiritus Sancti, when you're looking at inverted, aren't we talking about the symbol inverted would be that of the Antichrist?
I can definitely see that, and you know, when you look at the three circles, if they're connected in any way, whether it's the Disney logo itself or any of these other variations, like the symbol for the Trinity that I was mentioning earlier, the 666 would fit right in there exactly. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying that, the Antichrist is hidden in the St. Nicholas symbol, but it's, these things kind of are magical. And so there's a nice version that develops, and then there's usually a dark mirror that develops as well.
Well, see, I've always known, because I remember one time I had a Bible that was given to me, and it had the triquetra on it. It was a triquetra symbol. And I remember I had another book that had the triquetra symbol on it. It wasn't a book, it was a book of the occult. And I thought to myself, now wait a minute, are we looking at the same symbol? And then I realized that, like anything, I mean, when people, like, for example, they look at the pentagram or the pentangle, and they look at the star and they think just because they're looking at a 5-sided star, they're seeing something that's satanic. But no, they have to have it inverted. It has to be with the points up and the head down. So when I'm looking at the triquetra symbol, which is the 3 ovals put together, that's a symbol of, the Trinity. But it's also inverted is the symbol of, sort of a more Pythagorean, way of looking at the deity and a symbol of that. And I think a lot of Christians, maybe a lot of evangelical Christians would take a look at this and they would say, you look at the triquetra and it's the number 666 because, well, that's how they identified the beast, was with the three circles. The beast was the 3 circles. And, or at least the 3 circles in a triangle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think then there's a connection with the fact that, the symbol of the person who inspired Franklin Roosevelt and Henry Morgenthau when they were redesigning the dollar bill and taking us off of the gold standard and starting to refinance the United States government, basically issuing a new currency altogether? Do you think that there's a connection there with this Antichrist stuff that you're talking about, this 666, the mark of the beast? Because they were putting out a new currency that was supposed to be basically pretend gold. They were taking away people's real gold and pawning it, essentially, giving them a ticket instead.
Right.
And the guy who was like the mystical inspiration for Franklin Roosevelt and Henry Morgenthau, who were involved with all of that, and specifically decided to put the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill to kind of give it a little bit more mystique, because they were using paper to substitute gold, so they wanted to make it special. Mm-hmm. Well, the person who inspired all of this, Nicholas Roerich, that Russian mystic, and his symbol that he utilized was based on St. Nicholas's symbol. It was those 3 circles. He called it the banner of peace.
Right. Now take that symbol, okay? Take that symbol of St. Nicholas the way it is. And what I saw was the pawn symbol that was inverted. It was an inverted circle of the triquetra, the inverted circle of the trident. You take that symbol, okay? You take the triquetra symbol. I don't know if you have one in front of you. I just looked one up. You take it and you invert it, okay? What you have inverted, and this is what's really creepy, depends on how you look at it, it looks like the horned Baphomet, the horned Krampus, or Mickey Mouse. Yep. Depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
So inverted, and it looks like Mickey Mouse. Inverted, it looks like Baphomet. Inverted, it looks like the devil. It looks like Krampus.
And this is how I started off was thinking that, I could tell that the word mouse, according to Oxford English Dictionary, is another word for Baphomet. Yeah. And I was thinking about the dead mouse logo.
Right.
For that musician.
Right.
And how he was getting sued by Disney for having a similar logo. And I was thinking, okay, he's making it into a death's head.
Right.
Like a skull and crossbones.
Right.
And I wonder if that the symbol has always been linked. It's always been sort of a nice smiley face way of saying Baphomet head.
Yeah, it's a nice way of saying the devil is here. It's a nice way of saying Krampus is here. The Baphomet is here, which of course is the horned one with the children surrounding him and the symbols and what have you. But I'm going to post a comparison of the Mickey Mouse ovals and the inverted Deus Filius Dei Spiritus Sancti inverted with 666. You will see that it can be seen as a devil's head, Mickey Mouse, and the triquetra symbol. It's amazing. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. So if you go to my Facebook page, it's facebook.com/Ground Zero Radio. I rendered up a comparison of the inverted triquetra, which of course is the symbol inverted of the Trinity, which of course is considered a satanic symbol, or a symbol that represents the horned one. I also compared it with the symbol of Baphomet, the head of the goat with the horns, and also the Mickey Mouse 3 circles, which are similar to the inverted triquetra, which if you look at it, it's certainly uncanny the way they all look similar in a way. And Tracy, you're invited to go to my Facebook page too, facebook.com/Ground Zero Radio, so you can take a look at what I put together. I think it's an amazing find because of your research that it inspired me to look at this, and it's certainly something that I think would blow people's minds to see the comparison.
Yeah, I'm looking at it I'm looking at your Facebook page right now. I'm trying to find this picture.
Yeah, it's just on the front page. I just posted it. You may want to refresh. I just posted it.
All right. I'll see about that.
Should be there. Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis. Okay. It should be there. It just got posted. So just scroll down until you see it.
Oh, whoa. Okay, yeah.
So what do you think of that?
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That's exactly what I kind of had in mind there. I mean, I knew that the Baphomet head and the Mickey Mouse head were connected. I could just tell. And
but
so
see,
there you go.
The Baphomet head represents the horned one, represents Krampus, Molech, Baal. All those characters are the same characters, and they all add up to one big scary devil. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. At one point when I was started out my research, I was just looking at my notes the other day, and the original notes were like from several months ago, and one of the things I wrote was, Mickey Mouse is a cat pretending to be a mouse. And it's just because it just seems like he has fangs behind that stupid smile of his. And I think he has his goat horns just twisted into a little circle there, and it's all there. So, yep. I mean, to me, he looks like he's a guy wearing a mask, and then I found out he's wearing blackface makeup. So, yeah, he's just in disguise, devil in disguise.
Right. Somebody else pointed out the Led Zeppelin symbol. That is the triquetra symbol, but it's not inverted. It's the way it's supposed to be. But what I did is I actually inverted the triquetra to show that an inverted triquetra, or the inverted mock Trinity, would look very much like Mickey Mouse with the ears and the head, or very much like Krampus, or Molech, or Baal, or Baphomet, depending on your pantheon. And then, of course, like I said, and like you said earlier, 3 circles really don't remind you of a mouse, but they remind you of a mouse only because it's associated with Disney. I mean, if you just looked at these 3 circles and didn't know anything about Mickey Mouse, you'd say, oh, those are just 3 circles. But then when you look at the symbolism going all the way back to St. Nicholas and Krampus and Père Fouettard, you have that symbolism, and it's obvious and blatant to you what they're trying to demonstrate to you. It's trying to lure children into the fold.
Yes, and there's even the thing with castration. Really, there's a Russian sect that was called the Skopti, and they would fully castrate, the male genitals completely. It was a Christian sect, but they were way far out. Mm-hmm. And this is what they would call the golden seal, was the 3 circular marks that are left on a person's body after they've been severed like that genitals have, and sometimes they would burn the skin and cauterize the skin as well, and it would create this image that looks very, very similar. And if you think about that, we got the Saturn connection. Saturn castrated his father Uranus. It seems like there's just so many dark things packed into this little symbol here.
So it's another symbol of Saturn, which of course Saturn, Satan, Santa, it all goes together, doesn't it?
Well, and then there's the character Mickey Messer, the Macedonized character.
We got to get into that. We'll get into that in just a little bit. We're just so caught up in this, and I'll get to some. We got a lot of calls that want to talk to you too. How long can I have you for? Can I have you for another hour, maybe?
Sure.
All right, cool. Yeah, hang with me because this is cool. I haven't had a chance to, hit horns with you, so to speak, in a long time. So it's amazing that we're just feeding off of each other right now. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. You never know what symbolism is connected to what. Take a look at what's on Facebook right now. You take a look at the inverted triquetra, which is the Trinity, a symbol for the Trinity. The comparison to Mickey Mouse and the comparison to Baphomet, the horned one, whether it be Baal, Baphomet, Molech, or even Krampus. It's certainly some symbolism that you need to pay attention to. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. Tonight, Tracy Twyman is with us. Judy writes, Clyde, your program tonight seems very apt. Today is the 13th of December, celebrated in Sweden as St. Lucy Night. Lucy Night, was marked in Sweden, 13th of December. Then Lucy is a female being with evil traits like a female demon or a witch. She was said to ride through the air with her followers called Luciferda. This itself might be an echo of the myth of the Wild Hunt. Once again, the Wild Hunt we were talking about earlier, the Chasse Infernale, the Wild Hunt. We talked about that last night. Between Lucy Night and Yule, trolls and evil spirits, in some accounts also the spirits of the dead, were thought to be active outside. It was believed to be particularly dangerous to be out during Lucy Night. According to tradition, children who had done mischief had to take special care since Lucy could come down through the chimney and take them away, and certain tasks of work in the preparation for the Yule had to be finished, or else Lucy, or the Lucy, would come down to punish the household. The tradition of Lucivaka, to stay awake through the Lucinat, to guard oneself and the household against evil, has found a modern form through throwing parties until daybreak. Another company of spirits was said to come riding through the night, around the Yule itself, journeying through the air, over land and water. Very creepy. How coincidental we're talking about this tonight, the 13th of December, St. Lucy Night. And by the way, if you want to look up in the sky, you'll see plenty of light, or Lucy, or loose, because we're in the middle of a meteor shower. It's supposed to be really, really active tonight in the sky. So it's kind of, I guess, coincidence, synchronicity, or what have you, Tracy. We're talking about this topic tonight.
I guess so, yeah. I never heard of St. Lucy before. I didn't know anything about that, so
yeah.
That's amazing.
Kind of creepy that we're in the middle of talking about this tonight, and the synchronicities always happen when you're on the air. I want to go to a few calls, because a lot of people have been waiting to talk to you. We're going to go down to Richard in Oregon. Hi, Richard, on Ground Zero with Tracy Twyman.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing good.
Okay, I have a few questions. It's really insightful things that might sound dangerous, but the truth, once you hear it, you'll never believe the lie again. Now, Christmas is a holiday that's for everybody, but it started out as a Christian holiday due to the name Christ. Now, if you look at Santa, which is a thing made up for children, basically, but it's a mythological figure. When you look at the master deceiver, we all know his true name, right? Now,
Satan,
if you take the N out of the middle of Santa and put it at the end,
right,
here's the true name. The true name of the master deceiver. Now, his deception goes way farther than we all know, because the very first commandment says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me."
Well, I want to kind of stop you there. Did you know that when you're using the anagram, or you're using the way of calling Santa Satan, that's only part of the story. You realize that Santa Claus was actually a facsimile of the second coming of Christ. Did you know that?
Well, there's a lot more to that than you realize. Now, Christianity is based on Christ.
Right, but did you know what I just said? I said that Santa Claus is coming, the idea of Santa Claus coming, is supposed to be, it was actually a representation of Jesus returning, as it was a representation of Saturn and the flight of Saturn. It was a representative of Christ returning, because it was the idea of Christ returning drenched in the blood of the saints with his beard and coming from the sky to basically resurrect the dead.
Right, crazy.
Is that why he's Is that why he has red clothes, you think? Because he's drenched in the blood?
Yes, that's what I was reading about that it was also Santa Claus, of course, based on St. Nicholas, but they made him part of the part Saturn character, which of course links to Satan, and the Jesus Christ character as a remembrance of Jesus returns drenched in the blood of the saints, and that he will be there to judge the good and the bad. And that's why you hear about being good and being bad, because Santa Claus represents that. It's kind of like a drill. It was kind of like a drill for the kids to remember that he will return like a thief in the night. And what is Santa? He is a thief that goes into the house and gives things. He doesn't take things.
I like it. Yes.
What do you say, Richard?
Yeah, well, it's very complicated. Now, Simon Peter was the first pope, as you understand. And the amount of evil that's been done under the name of Jesus, who is the Christ, is so far,
So you believe that Santa is evil, Richard?
I believe Santa is a myth, and it is from the master deceiver. And his propaganda is so good, he's got the whole world like it was St. Nicholas.
What, do you think people worship Santa? Do you think they worship Santa? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying...
Well, then what harm is Santa Claus if no one worships him, if they don't use him as a false god? Or do you see him as a false god? You must, if you say this, right? You must say that, people are substituting Santa Claus for Jesus, and that's what you have a problem with, right?
I'm not trying to promote a particular religion.
I didn't say that.
Right, I'm just saying that Santa is taking away the truth of what Christmas is about.
Right, and that's why so many people still believe that Jesus Christ was born on Christmas Day when he wasn't born on Christmas Day. He wasn't born on the 25th of December. So is that a deception as well, or do we just adhere to the Santa Claus deception?
Well, if you look at the idea of the parents, do you realize Mary would have been stoned to death if she had not said it was a miracle?
I don't know about that. Maybe. I don't know. I never thought of it that way. I haven't really thought of it that way. I don't know that she'd be stoned, but then, yeah.
The point of her being conceived without having been touched was a matter of life and death.
Right. So do you think that's wrong too? You don't think that there was conception, that it was a conception that was immaculate, or what do you think?
Well, it was probably not necessarily nefarious, but I think there was something covered up there, and it was replaced with a story that went to become a religion.
That's amazing. Well, interesting thoughts. I really appreciate you calling in tonight. I really do. Let's go to Carol in Arizona. Hi, Carol. You're on Ground Zero with Tracy Twyman. Go ahead.
I'm on speaker. I'm getting you off. Okay, now, is Tracy still there?
Of course she is. Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. Darling, you're fascinating. Thank you for your wonderful research. Keep up the good work. And Clyde, I just wanted to say that, you amuse me. You're amused to me. I wrote a little story once called Of Mice and Moms. And that's because my daughter, God love her, she's wonderful. She's gone now. But she wanted 4-H goats. I still have the goats. They're not horned goats, but nevertheless, they're goats. And I have her corn snake, and I have little mice in tanks that are precious, and I feed them, and I love them, and I have Mousy Mom, and I have to feed them to the snake, which is not fun. Now, so I have all these things in my life, which are, and mind you, my dad was a Presbyterian pastor, and he was a real good man. I live across the street from a Baptist preacher's daughter. Went to high school with her. She's a good lady. She loves Mickey Mouse. She has created and hung on her garage door pretty white Christmas lights and this big red circle, and then 2 smaller red circles in red lights. And so when I go to, I have all my animals fed and everything's taken care of, and I look out my window at night and I see this trident, this 3 thing of her happy little La La Land, we're going to Disneyland, fascination of Mickey Mouse, all in red. So I just wanted to share with you the strange juxtaposition of my life and my world, of my beautiful creatures, which I honor all of their lives, and I honor the earth. And
I guess we blew your mind tonight, right? Is that what you're trying to say? I guess we blew your mind tonight with all the symbolism.
I know, it's fascinating. And I had never heard about the thing about Santa Claus being drenched in the blood of the saints and returning as a figure that could be, representative of the Christ.
Of the second coming, yeah. He is the representation of the second coming. He's a representation of the flight of Saturn. He's the representation of the return of Christ, where it says in the book of Revelation that he shall return drenched in the blood of the saints. He will not return in a white frock, but a red frock.
That is just beyond. So I just wanted to say thank you both. I love you. I don't want to say happy holidays because I care for my mom. She's gone now. My brother is selling the house, so I had to redo the deed. I've got very little money left. I went to pay $80 for one little piece of paper that took about 45 minutes. I was walking around the lot, and there was this little homeless guy living in a cardboard box. He was a sweet little guy with dreads, and I'm just going, I have $2 in my pocketbook, and so I gave him my $2. He goes, oh, thank you. This is just wonderful. I really appreciate it. I go, oh, you're welcome, darling. You take care. So that, to me, is Christmas.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier in the first hour, is the idea that, we need to take charge of it, know everything we need to know about the symbolism, know everything we need to know about all of it, because it's very important that we do that. It's very important that, we have a well-rounded idea of what Christmas is and some of the mythologies behind Christmas. So we're going to get into more coming up with Tracy Twyman tonight on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Just some amazing stuff tonight. I mean, it's blowing me away, some of the stuff we're talking about. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. Pawning the trident, the triquetra, the inverted triquetra, which of course is about Father, Son, Holy Spirit, devil, Antichrist. When you invert it, it changes it. And so you look at the way it's curved. It's curved like the goat's head. It's curved like the three circles inverted. It's the same thing. It just has the same symbolism, or at least the same image of symbolism. It's not hard to figure out. And so, those who are on the internet right now trying to make it, more than it really is, it's just the symbolism of it. It's it's the shapes and the symbols and what they represent. In fact, let's go to Jason in Colorado. Hi, Jason. You're on with Tracy Twyman. Go ahead.
Greetings to you, Clyde and Tracy. First-time caller. All this stuff is bouncing around my head like smoke, and I'm trying to make sense of it all. But I initially called because I don't remember exactly where I got the correlation between Revelation chapter 16, verse 13. It talks about how John saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, the mouth of the beast, and the false prophet. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, it stuck to my mind that somehow the frogs were connected to orbs. And I went and looked up the word frogs in the Hebrew Strong's, and it's Sephardi, which brings to mind the idea of Sephiroth. And I was wondering if Tracy in her research might have came across anything associated with frogs with regards to the symbolism of Mickey Mouse or anything like that, or orbs.
The 3 unclean spirits?
The 3 unclean spirits.
The false prophet, the Antichrist, and the devil. Those are the 3 unclean spirits. Any connection, Tracy, do you think?
Well, I haven't found one yet. You know what I did just think of, Clyde? You were talking about the trident connection there. Well, if you look at Mickey Mouse's face straight on, he's got this odd widow's peak in between his eyes. That he's got like a helmet basically that he's wearing with the ears on it, mm-hmm. And it forms kind of a letter M with the peak in between.
Yeah.
And if you just peel out the white space there, you've got the trident with the black. So if you're having trouble picturing it, I'll whip something up in Photoshop here. I'm working on it right now, but I mean it definitely looks like a weapon. With those 3 spikes on it. It looks like the trident. So.
Somebody also pointed out on my Ground Zero page, it was Jez Craig, pointed out on my Ground Zero page that the symbol for radioactivity is also the inverted trident, or the inverted symbol as well. It's the three ovals. And so, and it's because it's a danger symbol. It's a symbol to stay away from it. That's why they do it. It's one of those things that either repel you or bring you towards it. And that's the thing that's interesting. So yeah, somebody pointed that since I have the symbol on my ground zero site, it just represents toxicity. It represents radioactivity.
Well, I mean, okay, so then think about the connection with the gas mask that Walt Disney designed, the connection with the military.
Right.
And you know where, sorry.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's exactly right.
And you know where the Walt Disney Family Museum is now?
No.
It's at the Presidio, the military base in San Francisco.
That's a little weird.
Associated with the one associated with the SRA situation in the 1990s too, with Michael Aquino from the Temple of Set.
Yep.
His victim said that his nickname was Mickey Mouse because he had the widow's peak, just like Mickey Mouse.
This is too bizarre. Jason, thank you for the call. More to come. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. So we go back some 400 years. 400 years ago, it was customary to open the windows and the doors of the household. And it was always done during the winter. And the reason why is because it was a custom to banish the shadow entities and the howling winds of winter. And then a candle was lit in every household to protect it from the winter demons. Now, prayers were offered and families would kneel on the cold floors, praying that the demons of the north would pass over their homes and give them yet another year of life. Now, that's sort of a Saturnalian way of celebrating the year. It was 456 years ago, nearly 500 years ago, that the moon had turned to blood in the night sky. And it was the lunar eclipse falling at the time of the Yule, and it signified the birth of the unconquered sun and the power of the triple goddess, Triquetra. The triple goddess, the triune goddess, all of the forms, and it opened the metaphysical door for all of the creatures of twilight, known and unknown, to go about their reverent and profane activities. Now, believe it or not, 400, 500 years ago, there were no celebrations of Christ's birthday on the 25th of December. I mean, this time was a dark time, and people were cleansing their homes of anything foul that might enter in, and many knew that as the nights grew longer and colder, the nocturnal creatures would visit and do damage to their homes and farms. Now, there were many stories about hobgoblins and gnomes that would crawl down the chimneys at night to smell the shoes and socks of the children. And if the socks were clean, they would leave a nugget of gold or silver in the toe of the stocking. If they were not thoroughly clean and there was an odor in the shoe or the stocking was not clean, the gnomes would report to Belsnickel, and Belsnickel would pay the house a visit. Now, Belsnickel, or Baal's nickel, or Baal's silver, was, again, very similar to Père Fouettard and also Krampus. All right? And these entities were, they were those who roamed the woodland. Krampus, of course, and Belsnickel were the demons of the north. Children were warned that they needed to watch out and beware of the furry woodland demon that carried the basket of fruit in a huge sack. And during the time of the solstice eclipse, the moon basically cast a blood-red shadow on the crest of the snow that was falling. From Iceland to Europe, these demons were seen, children would disappear, and some were found drowned in nearby rivers and streams. Now, children would tell their parents that dreadful little goblins smelling of sulfur looked half human and half animal. And these gnomes appeared under beds, near chimneys. They would hide in wood piles. The goblins reportedly walked pigeon-toed. And some children claimed that these little demons had a cloven hoof with long tails and goat's legs. And these tails were like, the tail of the spring-heeled jack or some other legendary horned creature, or something that had basically the head, and it had two horns, or the head and two pointy ears, or the head. I mean, and so the symbolism as we were going down, the idea of the predator, or the idea of, for example, Krampus being the sandy claws, or the talons, or the sharp fingers. It's evolved over time. We get characters that are similar, like maybe Freddy Krueger or others that have these talons for fingers, or that have as I said, sandy claws, or the claws, Krampens, or the Krampen, der Krampen. It means the claw and a talon. And so you can take with it what you want, but the idea is not to be snared by the claws of the devil, not to be snared by the claws of the gnomes and the goblins and those of the demons and the wood demons that existed at the time. These are all scary legends and mythologies that existed long before we recognized December 25th as Christ's birth. Tonight on the program, Tracy Twyman is with us. We were discussing some of the strange comparisons with Krampus, St. Nicholas, Belsnickel, Ruprecht, just going down the list of what is known as St. Nicholas's dark alter ego, or at least the shadow that visits us before the Feast of St. Nicholas. Santa Claus, whether or not you want to make the connection between him and Saturn, between him and Jesus. There are a lot of comparisons, and there are a lot of, I guess you could say, metaphors that are associated with the triune God, or the Trinity, or even the inverted Trinity. It's some amazing stuff. Tracy Twyman, welcome back to Ground Zero.
Thanks very much, Clyde. Yeah, this is definitely quite a nexus of symbolism that we're building up here, and the idea that that this figure represents something lurking in the shadows there, that you don't want to get his claws into you.
Right.
Fits right in with what I ended up, the symbolism I ended up finding with Mickey Mouse, where there's a hidden set of jaws of a shark actually behind the mask of Mickey Mouse, and there's a hidden jackknife behind Mickey Mouse.
That's right. I wanted to what I wanted to lead to was something also you pointed out with the characters and how they all seem to come together. And Mickey Mouse, of course, he's adorned Christmas trees as well. He's almost like universal with everybody, with children around Christmas time. The gloves. The gloves.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the gloves for a moment, because one of the things about Krampus, and one of the things about Ruprecht and several of the other characters that were the evil, or at least the alter egos of St. Nicholas, they had claws. They had talons for fingers. They had knives for fingers, in a way. Their fingernails were knives, or they were what they call Mesa. Mickey Mesa, what they call Mickey, I think it was called Mickey Mesa, was the name of the talons, and the claws, sandy claws. And the funny thing about that is that in order to cover up the hands of these entities, they wore gloves. And so then I remembered when Mickey Mouse was younger, he didn't wear gloves, and now he wears them. What's that about? Is that the same symbolism, where we're covering the hands, or the dirty hands of what these characters represent?
Absolutely, yeah. So in the first, Steamboat Willie has no gloves, and then a couple years later, he started wearing gloves. And the episode of Mickey Mouse, the first Mickey Mouse cartoon in which he's wearing these, is called The Opry House. You mentioned it before, where he owns his own variety theater.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really interesting is that this cartoon came out right after the film version of the Three Penny Opera, which I mentioned before. This is the Three Penny Opera actually came out as a stage play in Germany the exact same year that Mickey Mouse was invented and came out for the first time. The character in that show is his name is Mackie Messer, or Mac the Knife. There's a song in there which we all know now from the sort of swing version that has become popularized. But it's all about this horrible rapist and murderer named Mac the Knife, and he has a gang of people that he's the leader of. At the end of the play, he actually becomes the owner of a bank and becomes like the leader of those gangsters, instead of the ones that just pick pockets and do small time crimes. But yeah, the amazing thing I found is that Mickey Messer has these gloves that look identical to the ones that they ended up putting on Mickey Mouse. Now, they said they put him on Mickey Mouse so that you could see his hands better against his body. And then all the other cartoon characters started wearing the gloves, too. But I think that Mickey Mouse, his name was influenced by Mackie Messer from the Threepenny Opera because the sound is so similar, and it came out at the same time. The play came out just in time to have influenced Walt Disney in the choice of the name for his character. And the gloves are exactly the same. Not only are they white, they have 3 lines on the back. And in the song that goes with the play and the movie, in which we now know the English version, Mac the Knife, it talks about the gloves and how he wears them so that you can't see any blood on his hands from the murders that he's committed. So there's never a trace of red.
Right.
And to me, I think that this is really what's symbolized by Mickey Mouse's gloves as well. This is when he's starting to become a more affable character, and they're starting to try to cover up his origin, which has never been admitted before, but this is what I think it was from Mac the Knife. And the Threepenny Opera, the character there actually he's based on this English historical figure called Jack Sheppard, who was a thief who became sort of celebrated in the lore of Britain. He was put to death after having done a lot of illustrious deeds, such as escaping from prison multiple times. So he's kind of like a Robin Hood character, kind of celebrated. But the government was always trying to put down publications of anything about Jack Sheppard because they didn't want people to celebrate him, So they actually made it illegal to use his name in a play or a book. So that's why it got turned into Captain Macheath later in this thing called the Beggar's Opera, and that's what Threepenny Opera is based on. But if you think about it, it actually has 3 pennies, mentioned in the title.
The 3 spheres.
A lot of times, exactly like the 3 coins of St. Nicholas.
Right.
And they even show the number 3 in the logo on the old playbills. It looks just like Mickey Mouse's ears. And you got the gloves, and you've got the blackface connection, the way that Mickey Messer is represented in the play and the film, the colors that he wears and stuff, and you can see how it would have influenced Mickey Mouse. And also, when you look at Mickey Messer, pictures of him, the way he was portrayed in that movie and play, and compare that to the way that Walt Disney used to portray himself, the way that he dressed, his mustache, his hair, the way he walked, and everything, you can tell that he was basing his own appearance on the smooth criminal Mackie Messer from this movie and play, and that his mouth is based on that character too. And they had to bury it, So this is why I think you could find like 3 or 4 different stories about what supposedly influenced the invention of Mickey Mouse, and I don't think any of them really make sense. But I think this makes sense perfectly, and it explains why he's a dark character in the beginning and associated with, quasi-criminal behavior. He has this stripper girlfriend, just like Macheath Messer had a prostitute girlfriend, and the real Jack Sheppard did too. So I think that all these things go together.
It's pretty amazing, because I listened to the German version of Mac the Knife, and throughout it you hear Mickey Messer, Mickey Messer, Mickey Messer, Mickey Messer and Brust, meaning a knife to the chest, Mickey Messer and Brust. It talks about how he would kill his victims, burn his victims, frame, some amazing stuff. We're going to play that song coming up out of the break too, so you can get an idea of how throughout the whole thing you hear the words Mickey Messer, like Mickey Mouse. And of course, we also talked about the connections of Mouse to the Baphomet, which is the horned devil Baphomet, which is amazing. Just a lot of interesting connections with the horned one, whether it be Krampus, Baal, Molech, Baphomet, and also Messer, or the knife, the talons, the sandy claws of Krampus. Just some interesting comparisons as we talk tonight about a lot of Christmas childhood characters that seem to have a dark past that are now being infantilized. Like I said, it's a perfect example of neoteny, where we go from something that was completely adult to something that is infantile. And now you would never think for 1 minute, but it certainly has its back darkness between Santa Claus, Mickey Mouse, Krampus, and the other characters that we so endear ourselves to when we're children around this time of year. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. 3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
This is Ground Zero on FM News 101.
There you have the German version of Mickey Messe, which means Mike the Knife or Mac the Knife. Mickey Messe. Sounds like Mickey Mouse, doesn't it? Mickey Messe. It's the man with the knife, the attacker, the claws, the hands, the claws, the fingers of knives, Krampus. It's all connected. It's all bizarre the way all of this seems to evolve over time. Tracy Twyman with us tonight. We're going to get more calls and more with Tracy tonight. Some amazing stuff here. It's just kind of creepy. I think it gives me the creeps. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We're going to open a few more lines now for people. You want to get in and, express some things that you've observed. We have a few lines open for you, too. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. You are listening to Ground Zero. I just posted on Facebook one of the eeriest gas masks you'll ever see. Remember Tracy was talking about the gas masks were made to look like Mickey Mouse so it wouldn't scare kids? It's just terrifying to see it, and I'm an adult. So if you want to go to Facebook.com/Ground Zero Radio, I have, it's a picture of a little boy, old picture of a little boy, wearing the Mickey Mouse gas mask, and it certainly is, a creepy. It's almost like if Darth Vader. Well, I'm sure that if they wanted to, since Disney owns Star Wars, they could somehow implement this into a Star Wars character. It's just creepy, Tracy.
Yeah, I don't know how they could have ever thought that this would make it somehow less frightening. To me, that would make it more terrorizing. Like come on, kids know if there's something going on that it's bad, right?
I want one for my CPAP. I want my CPAP to look like that. I think that'd be funny. Janine would come in and she'd be scared to death laying there with that on my face. It would be hilarious.
It's definitely hilarious. And then the weird thing too is okay, so they did this in the United States, and then all the other countries, like the Allied countries, had their own version of it. So almost all the child-sized gas masks from that era will have some kind of design feature to try to make them look like Mickey Mouse. So it's just weird to me that everyone agreed at the same time, oh, this is a good idea.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people tonight, I mean, there's some people on Facebook tonight, they're completely baffled by what we're saying. I think it's obvious. It's just obvious to me that there was an evolution. Like I said, Christmas is an evolution. The beliefs in what we do at Christmas time is evolving. It's been evolving for some 500 years. And I don't think people realize this, but the Christmas we celebrate now is only 100 years old. I mean, the Christmas we celebrate now maybe it's a little over 100 years. What I'm saying is, it wasn't 120 years. It wasn't celebrated the way we celebrate it now until after the Civil War. And a lot of that, and once again, it goes back to the spirit of Christmas. They lost so many people during the Civil War that Christmas time was a time to gather around the Ouija board and contact brother who was killed in the Civil War, dad who was killed in the Civil War. It was that time of the year. It was the year to gather around the tree with the fire burning and play with the Ouija board and talk with the spirits. That's why they call it the spirit of Christmas.
I can imagine. And then if you think about the way that we really celebrate Christmas now, which is with all of these store-bought gifts, well, that's even more recent, and that's mostly from the time period that has been influenced by the Walt Disney Company.
Yes.
Where they're very much a part of making childhood in America about getting all these plasticky gifts at Christmas, So, to me, he definitely had an influence on the way we celebrate Christmas now. And sure enough, Mickey Mouse, one of his first roles in one of those really old cartoons, was to play Father Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. To me, I put so much into this essay and the videos I put out. It's like there's no doubt that there's a connection, and there's no weird thing. I told you earlier in the interview, like, how could I have guessed that Walt Disney was born on the eve of St. Nicholas Day, which is the day in which you trot out the people pretending to be Santa Claus and Père Fouettard. That's the night in which you actually do that ritual. Just so happens to be his birthday. I think it's not a coincidence. I'm not saying that necessarily his parents were involved in it, picking his day of nativity to be that day, but it's magic, and if you think about this connection here with the Threepenny Opera, I think there's magic there too. And even in the word, or the title, Threepenny Opera, like I said, the coins seem to represent the symbol of St. Nicholas, the coins that are referenced in the title there. And then opera, it's not really an opera. The stage play never was an opera. But the word means working. So to me, this is like that time period. 1928 is the year that Threepenny Opera came out. That's also when Mickey Mouse was invented, and I think that's when the magic of all this stuff started to come together.
Right.
We have Walt Disney and Christmas starting to form the way that we do Christmas here in America now, and then he very quickly solidified his relationship with the military-industrial complex. And not only were they making these gas masks, they were putting out cartoons about, how bad the Nazis were and about how you need to buy war bonds. And, that's the reason why his family's museum is at the Presidio Army base in San Francisco, is because the relationship with the Walt Disney Company and the American government and American capitalism and the way that it became exported to the world, including through military force, is all connected.
So someone just sent me, Tracy. Someone just sent me an LA Times article. This is really an interesting LA Times article talking about how I guess when that last movie they did, the one about Dia de los Muertos, apparently Disney tried to copyright the images of Dia de los Muertos, and it talks about how this isn't the only time that Disney tried to copyright a holiday or copyright holiday characters. As a matter of fact, back in, can't remember, 2008, okay, Disney unsuccessfully tried to copyright, or at least tried to steal the copyright of the red and white Santa Claus, because it was believed that market research was saying that Mickey Mouse had a 97% recognition rate in the United States, edging Santa during the holidays.
What?
Yes, more kids recognize Mickey Mouse than they do Santa Claus, according to what I read here. It says, he's the world's most famous personality, better known in this country and by anyone living or dead, real or fictional. Market researchers say 97% recognition rate of Mickey Mouse over Santa Claus. And there was a dispute over whether or not a misdrawn picture of the old Mickey Mouse would be in the public domain. And of course, Disney jumped up and said, hell no. And then it said, what else to say? They went with an act of Congress to extend Mickey's copyright so long as they provoked a Supreme Court challenge, making Mickey the ultimate symbol of intellectual property. And that Mickey Mouse, like it says here in the statistics, 97% recognition over Santa Claus. And they actually tried to copyright Dia de los Muertos for their new movie they did. I can't remember the name. Was it Coco or something? It was called Coco. Yeah, Coco. Yes. Coco was a new film from Disney, Pixar Studios. Great film, by the way. But Disney attempted to trademark Dia de los Muertos so they have copyright on all the images for Coco.
Yeah, that company, they think that they can own all sorts of things. They sue anyone who tries to do anything with three circles connected, saying that that's their thing. But that's amazing.
Yeah. So think about that. As we're talking about Mickey Mouse, people are thinking, why would they talk about Mickey Mouse at Christmas? Because actually, Disney certainly saw the competition between Mickey Mouse and Santa Claus during the holidays, and found in a poll, I'm sure, well, the LA Times, I don't know if it's a poll that was conducted by Disney, but apparently they're saying that kids have a 97% recognition rate of Mickey Mouse over Santa Claus.
The United Nations actually put out a declaration around that time, around World War II, saying that Mickey Mouse was an international symbol of goodwill. I guess this would have been post-World War II, but shortly thereafter. And it's interesting, I think it might have been a reaction to the fact that Adolf Hitler hated Mickey Mouse so much, and they did eventually ban Mickey Mouse in Hitler's Germany. And he made a speech about it at one point, saying that it was just this vile thing to market a vermin to children and act like there's something cute about it.
Right.
To spread disease, and he went into all this detail about how vile this was, and he just thought this was this subversive symbol that was being exported by the West to try to corrupt the youth of Germany. So then you have the League of Nations, United Nations, one of the two, is actually saying, the mouse is an international symbol of goodwill, which I don't even understand really. I mean, why? He's this carnival operator dating a stripper mouse, and what exactly about him makes him a symbol of goodwill? I don't know. No. Just because kids think he's cute? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, the history is speaking for itself now with all the stuff I'm getting to. 97% recognition rate over Santa Claus. I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, they probably wanted to make a deal with Coca-Cola, just like they make the deal with 20th Century Fox to get Santa Claus on their list of something they own. The caricature, actually. It's just crazy.
I wouldn't doubt it. And then there's a connection between Walt Disney and Ray Kroc, right?
Oh, McDonald's? No, what is it?
Yeah. They drove an ambulance in World War II together, so they became friends that way. And then later they met up again, and then they started doing all this cross-promotion stuff, which is why I'm sure everyone will remember tons of Disney and specifically Mickey Mouse stuff that was marketed by McDonald's. And then,
Mickey D's.
Remember they did Mac Tonight?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Mac Tonight and Mickey D's, and it all came together. All comes together quite nicely, doesn't it? This is crazy. Tracy, hang in there. We're going to be right back. Gosh, synchronicity is awesome. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. We'll be back with your calls. Don't go away. Tracy Twyman is with us on Ground Zero. Go to Carlos in Virginia. Hi, Carlos. You're on Ground Zero.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, have you seen the episode of South Park where Mickey Mouse is portrayed as an overlord and a demon?
Nah, I didn't. Have you seen that, Tracy?
No, I don't remember him being portrayed as a demon. I guess I probably haven't seen them all, because I did read that he had been portrayed as the leader of a corrupt corporation or something in one of the South Parks. So I'm not surprised that they turned him into a demon.
Yeah, he breathes fire.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What were you saying, Carlos?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, he transforms into a demon.
He transforms into a demon.
Yeah, and he breathes fire on the crowd. It was for a Jonas Brothers concert.
What were you saying, Tracy? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that he is one of the most culture-jammed images ever. That if you look up evil Mickey Mouse, you'll find hundreds of variations. And, this goes back to the 60s. There was someone put out a comic book with, Mickey, doing drugs and saying bad language and stuff. And of course, Disney sued them. And people say that set back parody for decades. People were to parody cartoon characters because Disney was successful at suppressing the raunchy cartoons based on Mickey Mouse that other people were producing. But you can just find hundreds of variations of it. And, there's no doubt that, we're not the only ones to see this, that there's obviously something evil lurking behind his weird smile. And that's the reason why it's just inspired so many people to give him sayings and turn him into a monster in one way or another,
Right.
Yeah, he remember episode 2 and beats on Cartman and all the kids and stuff.
What were you saying, Tracy?
Oh, nothing. I was gonna bring up the thing about Rosemary's Baby really quick, just because I was thinking about Krampus and the devil, and I can't forget this detail here. You remember in Rosemary's Baby, the neighbor poisons Rosemary so that she falls into a trance. She slips her a Mickey, right?
Right.
Poisons her dessert. And then that's when she's raped by Satan. Okay, so you remember the neighbor's name was Minnie Castevet. And
Castevet, yeah.
Polka dot bow over her head, so she looks like Minnie Mouse kind of. And then, what does she call the dessert? It's a mousse. It's a chocolate mousse, but for some reason, she chooses to pronounce it mouse. So
it's a chocolate mouse, yeah. And she calls herself Minnie Castevet. And she also gives her a drink, some sort of an elixir of some kind to drink as well. It's kind of a milky substance as well.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, so they continue to poison her even after she's given birth, and they're trying to keep her subdued while they raise the same baby in the next room.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is what tipped me off. Like, this whole thing is about that the mouse is some kind of occult symbol about slipping a Mickey, slipping something in that's poison and putting it into some kind of dessert. So, and then I found tons more corroborating exactly that.
Do you want to talk more about it? I can have you for one more hour if you want.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, cool. Hang in there. We just keep going. Tracy Twyman with us tonight on Ground Zero. Amazing stuff tonight. I'm having fun. I'm really enjoying all this. I hope you are too. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. If you want to elaborate a bit, if you've heard anything, or if this is all new to you, if you have questions, I would love to. No question is too stupid. I'll tell you why, because some of this is new for a lot of people, but I think it's amazing. It's an amazing way to look at things, and it's an amazing way to make the connections, because, deep down, these guys have these ideas of symbolism that certainly speaks to you on an unconscious level. And that's exactly what we're talking about now. I mean, some people may see it right in front of them, and they'll say, oh, I see that. Some people, they have a hard time seeing it, but it's registering in their deep subconscious. Certainly your brain can't tell the difference between the simulation, the stimulation, and whatever else is happening to you with this information tonight. It's just amazing. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We're going to, once again, open some more lines for you. So if you had a hard time getting in, go ahead and call in. It's going to be amazing to end this hour, this next hour. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. So what I want to do now is I want to put everything back into perspective. Both Tracy and I have, I guess we've gone off the rails, got onto the rails back again. The crazy train is rolling. We are talking about all kinds of interesting coincidences, possible conspiracy theories, actual, conclusions drawn from synchronicity and several. And what's amazing about all this is that in Jungian terminology, I mean Carl Jung, of course, I have in the past called out what can be termed acausality. Okay. And what that is the whole idea of synchronistic events, which bring about a hypothesis of assumption and intent of what is being revealed with certain symbolism. Okay? Santa Claus, what it reveals as symbolism is whether or not it is a facsimile of Jesus returning again with the blood of the saints, or the blood of his enemies on his tunic, on what he wears. Whether or not Krampus has connections to Moloch, or connections to the Horned One, the Child Eater. All of these different characters, the darker side of Christmas, the lighter side of Christmas, the symbolism that's attached to those characters, and the same symbolism is actually attached to someone or some character like Mickey Mouse. And so when I talk about acausality, what I'm talking about is the ability to exist outside causality, meaning that we can bring ourselves outside of the objects. And we can look at them and we can say, well, it's just Mickey Mouse. Or we look at them and say, oh, that's just the devil. Or that's just, the symbols certainly have their own character, but they're asymmetrically or they're symmetrically put together in such a way where we see the same type of geometry happening. And so when you see this type of thing happening, it goes against the natural flow of cause and effect. It's basically acausal. You look at films, for example, and you see the acausal manipulations in movies, and we call that, the revelation of the method. We call that predictive programming. So, while the idea is entertaining and bizarre, once again, we can split the difference and make a good argument for apophenia, or patternicity, or we can see strange acausality, and it can be far more complex than any conspiracy theory that can be thought up. And what we're doing tonight, Tracy and I this is not conspiracy theory. These are things that can be seen and we look at the symbolism and how it affects the collective memory. I've been on this collective memory kick now for the past 2 weeks. And collective memory, I think now, in the world today, is flawed, and this is why we have Mandela effects and deja vu. And so, and they use that as a term to describe this effect of fading timelines, multiversity, various outcomes, and various symbols that look similar. And this is why I think people tend to forget that certain things look like other things, and that there are significant events that we misinterpret or accept narratives that produce no facts. And it seems in our minds, that something has stopped one program and has placed it in another program, and so we have linear time, and we have another time frame that's inserted another program in its place. So what does that got to do with anything? Well, I'll tell you what. Because we take symbolism and time and characters in our childhood and mythologies, we take them for granted, and we don't understand that in the multiverse there is a quantum entanglement of pantheon, quantum entanglement of thought. And we see the results in what are known as temporal tinkerings, and sometimes they can be disastrous. The idea of resynchronizing or restructuring in the era is not new. Soon Mickey Mouse may replace Santa Claus as an icon of Christmas. Look, in this epoch, we still hold on to these old characters, Santa Claus, Sinterklaas, Nicholas, Krampus. But see, Krampus, I'll tell you, 10, 15 years ago, Krampus was never heard of in America. So we're seeing events that are literally changing and evolving as we speak. And so this is part of either future altering the past or something else happening where we're beginning to see how everything is manipulating our position in the known universe, including some of the icons we've embraced when we were kids. Tracy Twyman is with us tonight on Ground Zero. This leads me to something that you and I have not talked about, but I would love to talk with you about because we haven't talked in ages. And it was something that I knew you were into, and it's something that I reported about and that I was freaking out about for a while. And I was just curious if we could open up a discussion about whether or not there certainly is a conspiracy of men who have been manipulating images, have been manipulating a lot of what we see, creating these Mandela effects, and that it's something to do with something called plus ultra. Can you tell me about that?
Oh, sure. Well, just happens to be the name of my website and podcast that I put out in the past. What is the idea of, it literally translates from Latin, there is more beyond. And the history of this term being used goes back to Sir Francis Bacon. He put it in his New Atlantis book, and it was a symbol for going beyond the known world at the time, the old world, going to the new world. And that's also how it was used by the Spanish royal house when they started putting Spanish colonies in the United States and started minting coins. They put this term on their collar, their coins, and it just meant, okay, well, there's more gold in the new world beyond. So you see this piece of gold that we got from the New World. Well, there's more. And to Francis Bacon, it really had an even deeper meaning, where it was like seems to me it's pointing to a dimension beyond the ones that we see. A higher dimension or several higher dimensions, but whatever is beyond what we can see with our own eyes. So they would symbolize it. Francis Bacon symbolized it with two pillars, like the pillars of Hercules that used to be seen as the gate, really, to the Mediterranean Sea and to the Atlantic and the world beyond. And so he had a seal in which it utilized these two pillars, and the space in between. That's that's the path to the world beyond. And so the two pillars were also used on the Spanish coins I was talking about, and a lot of people think that symbol of the two pillars on those Spanish coins morphed into our dollar symbol. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so there's this idea of this just being a motto for not only the New World, but also a higher dimension, really. And there's even a rumor going around, I guess we would say, a rumor secretly put out by the Disney Corporation, that there's a secret society of people who are, the elite, but not just like the Rothschilds or anything like that, like the elite scientists, the elite intellectuals and thinkers of the world, that there's a plus ultra dimension beyond that some of these guys have actually escaped into, so that they could be with each other and with other geniuses like themselves, and have some place to go to get away from the world that we inhabit, that kind of punishes geniuses and intellectuals, and it tends to, our world tends to suppress scientific advancement and new ideas. So this is the idea behind Tomorrowland, which, Walt Disney turned it into a segment of Disneyland and Disney World, but there was this other idea behind it at the time, that Tomorrowland is the place that Plus Ultra is. It's another dimension. Ayn Rand wrote about this kind of stuff in Atlas Shrugged. She had this other world. It was on planet Earth, of course. That's the way she put it, but it was hidden by interdimensional, Tesla shield technology, so that you couldn't see it. It was invisible to the normal world outside. And so this is the idea that was behind Walt Disney's Tomorrowland. And recently they've been leaking that out. So one of the ways they leaked it out was through the film Tomorrowland that had George Clooney in it. Yep. It was about exactly this. Mm-hmm. And they even had a kid who was recruited into this higher dimensional world. It was kind of kidnapped at Disneyland and taken into the Tomorrowland world.
Right.
And the idea is, these men are also directing the affairs of the world from this dimension beyond, and they know what it's leading to, but we can't see from where we are, and pulling the strings behind the scenes to make our world a better place.
Right.
And Disney they also put out a game, like a role-playing game, that talks about all this stuff, and in the game they refer to Plus Ultra as an actual secret society. They said that Walt Disney was a member of it, and they also put in Tesla and even his rival Thomas Edison and some other famous characters, saying that they were all part of this Plus Ultra secret society.
Right.
And it was even this kind of, to tell you how secretive they were about it, they kind of gave it a negative spin in this game that Disney themselves put out, where they said there was this phrase called "Stop Plus Ultra." So they put out videos on YouTube to make it look like this was a real thing, and in the videos they were saying "Hey, you gotta stop Plus Ultra because these guys have super futuristic technology in this other universe that they're hiding from us, and we need to get our hands on that, and they're keeping us from the future that we deserve to have." And what's really, really weird is that in the QAnon phenomenon that I think is coming from the White House, although I'm not saying that it's whatever they put out there online is to be taken seriously, but it does seem like this is a psyop being run from the White House, and they've mentioned in the QAnon discussions the concept of plus ultra, and it just so happens that at Mar-a-Lago, the location owned by Donald Trump, that's kind of a private club, the plus ultra words and the two pillars, the symbols for plus ultra, can be found throughout the domains. It's in the tiles.
Now you know why that is, right?
The walls and stuff.
You know why that is, right?
Well, because it's like a Spanish design.
Yeah. And also, if Tesla was a member of Plus Ultra, Tesla had a relationship with John G. Trump, which was which was Donald Trump's uncle. And one of the things that John G. Trump had was all of the documentation on Tesla's ability to time travel. And there is a theory that Donald Trump is a time traveler, that he has been brought here to be our president for this time and this time only, and that he certainly will disappear as fast as he came on the scene, but that he was a product of some time travel from some book called Baron von Trump or something. I could go into detail about this. I did a show about it, but there are so many uncanny coincidences about this. And the fact that Plus Ultra, if Tesla was a member of it, Plus Ultra is all over Mar-a-Lago to rub everybody's face in the fact that Trump is actually a product of this secret society that was created by Disney.
Yeah. So think about it, like, if Mickey Mouse is supposed to be cute and friendly and everybody likes him, but he's really a demon behind the mask, well, maybe that's what's going on with Trump. Everybody hates him, but maybe we'll find out that he's really the savior of the universe, and it's all coming from this higher dimension, and he's utilizing time travel and stuff like that.
Wouldn't that be weird? I mean, and somebody pointed out to me, it's like having what, who was the character in Back to the Future that became the president or the leader? It was Biff.
Was that Biff?
Yeah, Biff.
Okay,
time traveled to the future and became the most powerful man in the world, and people are making comparisons to what was going on in Back to the Future, what's going on in real life, saying that this is predictive programming. This is something that's all Disneyfied. The world is becoming Disneyfied. Disney owns everything having to do with the brainwashing of young people and the brainwashing of adults. And that all things that we do, and all that is sexy, all that's considered sexy, all that's considered funny, all that's considered entertainment has now been overtaken by Disney, because Disney is brainwashing us and homogenizing us to go towards the future that they've always had planned.
The magic that got Trump elected supposedly was an anthropomorphized cartoon character. It was Pepe. So, yes, this is. I can see. Not that I'm saying that's true. That Trump.
I mean, it's a wild theory, but
there's the magic from another dimension.
Yeah, it's a magic. It could be magic from another dimension. I had two magicians on Halloween that were talking about this. That Trump is a product of magic from another dimension. That he is here as both savior and devil. That he is an amalgamation of both. Much like St. Nicholas and Krampus. They are the amalgamation of both evil and good, and both of them together are why everybody is so confused and so divided over who this man is and why he is our president. It's amazing. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Tracy Twyman with us tonight. Never a dull moment with her on. It's just an amazing time. 888-673-3700. If you have a question or comment about what we're talking about tonight, some amazing stuff. 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
On air, in print, online, Pamplin Media Group, your best source for local news.
Your news and conversation station, AM 860 and KPAM.com.
You're listening to Ground Zero. There are so many connections tonight, so many strange coincidences that we're talking about with Tracy R. Twyman, our guest tonight. And we made a few. One that I overlooked, and then we'll get to the phones. Okay, you ready for this one? And this is something that's haunted me since I first did Ground Zero back in the 1990s. I forgot all about this. And somebody who was a listener from way back when said, Clyde, do you remember the time you spoke of Yen Sid? And I thought, oh my God, that was so long ago. I did a whole show about Yen Sid And I don't know if you know who Yen Sid is. Do you know who Yen Sid is?
I do not.
Yen Sid is the sorcerer in Fantasia. That was the name of the sorcerer. And
really?
Yes. And Mickey Mouse is taught by a sorcerer named Yen Sid, and he's taught how to do magic. But the problem is that Yen Sid tells Mickey that he has to clean the floors. So what Mickey does is he wants to basically make it easy for himself. So he puts life force into the mop. And that mop then splits and turns into many mops and many mops and many mops until there's so many mops that Mickey can't control it. So Yen Sid has to come back and reverse the spell. But what is interesting is there's a conspiracy theory that in Fantasia, Yen Sid was going to be this apprentice that teaches Mickey Mouse how to create a golem. And they wrote it out. They said, no, we don't want that. We don't want any Jewish folklore or any of that in there. And the writer said, well, you call this character Yen Sid, and apparently it means gift of God in Hebrew. But what's interesting, it's also backwards Disney.
Oh, wow. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm jotting that one down. That is amazing. I mean, I already thought of his name. I was thinking, like, okay, there's Dionysus, or EIS is another word for Pluto, or the god of the underworld, which, of course, is his, the name of Mickey's dog, too.
Right, Pluto.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, Yen Sid.
I had no idea.
Yeah, they gave the name because they thought his name was Merlin. Everybody was of the opinion it was Merlin. There was another Disney movie that he showed up in, and he said his name was Yen Sid. And none of the writers knew that it was Yen Sid until much later on. A couple of writers did know. They were Jewish writers, and apparently, I could be wrong, it's been so long ago since I've explored this theory, because I did it back in the 1990s. But yeah, somebody reminded me of the Yen Sid conspiracy theory that I did back in the 1990s about how Yen Sid was a Hebrew word for gift of God, and that Mickey was supposed to be doing some sort of spell onto a golem, and the Jewish writers wrote it out. They wrote it out and said it was too much of a Jewish theme. They didn't want to do that, so they made it a mop instead. But it's still the same thing as putting the power of God into an inanimate object and making it do its work for you.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
That's what he did with Mickey, isn't it?
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it's like Mickey is his little golem.
It is, yeah.
He disguised himself as the sorcerer there to teach Mickey how to do magic.
Right.
And then Mickey started his own club where they do magic, and they say, Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, Miska, Muska, Musketeer. Yeah. And that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know if anyone has that theory floating around, but I remember back in the 90s, I floated that theory, and some guy wrote me just now and told me, do you remember the Yen Sid conspiracy? I remember it well. And I'm like going, I don't know if anybody else knows of the Yen Sid conspiracy. But anyway, so there you go. Yen Sid is the sorcerer in the Apprentice in Fantasia, and it was supposed to be Mickey creating a golem, but they wrote it out. It's just really creepy. Let's go to Michael in Pennsylvania. Hi, Michael. You're on Ground Zero with Tracy Twyman.
How you doing, Mr. Lewis? Pleasure to speak with you again.
Good to speak with you.
I got a few points. You just brought up another one. You guys had it right on the ball. Mr. Lewis, just so you know, me and my buddies refer to you as the professor, because every time we listen to you, we learn something new.
Oh, thank you.
But to your point about most of the world knowing Mickey and not Santa, I come over to this country from Italy in the early 70s. I knew who Mickey Mouse was, and I had no clue who Santa Claus was at all.
Really?
Yeah. In Italy, we had the Befana, and
she's a witch.
She come in early December, and she was like a hag, a sweet old woman. And what she would do, she would sneak into the children's room, and she would give you a chance to own up and start new for the year. And if you threw away your chance and told a lie, she would turn into a monster and eat you. And I heard you refer to child eaters, and she's the devil when she eats you, basically.
Bafana is her name, right?
Yes.
Amazing.
And that's in early December. It's set to like around December 8th.
Isn't it funny? It's all about child eaters and pressing the child and then trapping the child and brainwashing the child and mesmerizing the child. It's pretty scary stuff, Michael. It really is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's cool because I remember when the last time you had this conversation, you were talking about like some Nordic traditions and about like beginning anew and praying for good crops and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what the Bafana did. She gave you a chance to own up and start fresh for the year. And she would turn on you if you threw your chance away. That was the point.
It's amazing.
And, so yeah, that was pretty cool. And you referred to Santa Lucia. In Italy, we have 3 saints of the snow. Three saints of the festivals in the winter. Santa Lucia is the second one on the 13th, and Santa Lucia is the only festival in the winter where there are lamentations. When we go to church, there's 40 hours of lamentations for Santa Lucia.
So today is the day of Santa Lucia.
Yeah. And I always thought that was weird because it was always like, like festive, like happy festive. But when it came to Santa Lucia, there's 40 hours of lamentations.
Wow.
Yeah, and when you were talking about that tonight, I was like, wow, that's so I put that together.
Okay.
And when I was born, my mom was in labor with me for like almost 50 hours.
Yeah.
I almost killed my mom. And a group of ladies over there in Italy, they sang Santa Lucia, the song of...
Oh, the song Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia. Michael, your phone is fading out back and forth. And and I'm sorry we're having a bad connection, but some of the stuff you're saying is just amazing and it's really contributed to the show tonight. I really appreciate it, buddy.
No problem. And I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So a long time ago, I remember Walt Disney, if I'm not mistaken, which I may be, the very first cartoon, the very first feature he ever did he not bring Danse Macabre to the general public?
Dance Macabre, yes, the dancing skeletons. I think that was him, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Tracy?
If it wasn't him as the major artist, he worked at the same studio that produced that, yes.
Okay. Now, I remember reading that, in Danse Macabre, there's a part where the devil comes to the surface. He comes above ground for like a split second. He's in like one scene. And when they were making that cartoon, they weren't allowed to actually like portray the devil.
Right.
So Walt Disney drew Mickey Mouse. I think I remember reading that was the very first time that Mickey Mouse was manifested.
He's manifested like the devil.
Yes, he took the place of the devil.
Interesting. Michael, you are fading out. That's great. I appreciate you calling. And another thing, too, about Fantasia, which is interesting, the character Chernobog, which is the Russian demon that was on the Night of Bald Mountain, actually was patterned after Bela Lugosi. If you look at the caricature of the Chernobog, which is the winged demon, one of the most terrifying moments in Fantasia, you will notice that the demon itself looks exactly like Bela Lugosi. They actually had Bela Lugosi pose in studio so the artist could draw him as the demon. So it's an amazing likeness of Chernobog, the demon of Fantasia. 888-673-3700. Tracy Twyman with us. More to come. Amazing show tonight. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
Triple 867-3700. Tracy Twyman with us. We're going to try to get to as many calls as we can before the end of the hour. And quickly, Tracy, give your website so people can do more research and subscribe to your amazing stuff.
Sure. So TracyTWYMAN.com gets you there. And there's going to be an entrance page there. And you just go, click on the buttons that tell you to. You'll go directly into the blog that's called Plus Ultra.
Okay.
And if you actually become a premium member, then you get to see everything, including tons of videos and some audio stuff and the long essays that are basically books that are available only to members. So,
all right.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff there.
Cool. Now let's go to Kevin in Oregon. Hi, Kevin. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde, how you doing?
Good.
Man, wow, I've been listening to you for several years now, and I've never made a call, but I've made a call tonight because I thought that the whole conversation about Mickey Mouse is a little bit absurd. Growing up, born in 71, knowing that, Mickey Mouse was Tugboat Willie and that whole deal.
Actually, Steamboat Willie, and
thank you.
And it's not absurd. You can go back and you can look at some of the ideas that were thrown around in the time of Disney, and no, it's not absurd at all. They were using the same type of geometric outlining for the three ovals. The three ovals now have taken over the trademark of Disney over Mickey Mouse, and you can look at those three ovals and understand that they're occult symbols. They are occult symbols. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. Enlighten me, because I just...
Enlighten you. I just did. Take a look at the Disney logo. Take a look at the Disney logo. Okay. It's three consecutive circles. They're three ovals.
Okay.
And then the representation of the inverted triquetra, which is the what they call the blasphemous triquetra, which is the opposite of the divine triquetra. And the ears, they're supposed to look like Mickey Mouse, but they're just basically the three circles of the trident is what they are. I mean, that's what they've done, is they've reduced it down to a trademark, and that's their trademark.
Do you think it's that devious, though?
Of course it is. How else? They use that kind of sigil magic on people so they'll buy their products.
Yeah, I guess I like living in ignorance, then.
Well, you don't. Your subconscious responds to it. That's why you like Disney so much. That's why we all like Disney so much.
I love Clyde. You guys are awesome.
All right, man. You take care. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. Mike in California, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I recently was buying some comic books for my nephew, and since Disney bought Marvel, right? And I was looking through them because my nephew and my brother, they're pretty religious, and I was noticing that every new comic book has an orgy scene or some kind of sex scene with threesomes or, all this kind of weird stuff with having sex with mermaids and creatures. And I just had to throw them away. And I'm just telling people out there, to maybe go to another comic book stores like Dark Horse or something else, because, man...
You say the Marvel comics now have orgies in them?
All of them, and for example, the new Spider-Man, he's a Hispanic young gay boy, and the new Batgirl, she's a lesbian. I don't know, it's all kinds of weird stuff going on, and I'm boycotting them.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I just think they're introducing storylines so everybody can have their own little hero, and... Although I don't know anything about Orgy Man. I mean, I don't know what Orgy Man's superpowers are. Able to leap tall breasts. I don't know. I don't know what his powers would be. I'm sorry. That was bad. I'm sure I'll get... No, we're getting a reprimand for that one? Okay. I'm told I'm getting a reprimand for that one. Mike, I gotta go.
Yeah, I know. The censors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. No, my producers are all doing the cutting sign. Like, what the hell are you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? Let's go to Johan in Florida. Johan, you're on Ground Zero. Hey, buddy.
I can't believe I got on with the two smartest people in radio. Now we've got the three smartest people in radio on.
All right, go ahead, man, quickly.
I'm going to connect the dots between Father Christmas and the Merovingians. The cloaked in blood is the Swiss flag. Prince Ursa came up into Switzerland from the Merovingian line in the 10th century. That developed in the line of von Sachs. The castle that I'm from is Wardenburg Castle in Switzerland. And it turns out that the Revelation talks about Christ coming back, and I believe he's a prince of princes, but he comes back on a white horse with crowns and a golden sword. In the Vedic knowledge, the Kalki avatar comes himself. He doesn't send anybody else. And he comes with a white horse, golden sword, and a parrot. And the parrot is there because the media won't let him talk, so he has to talk through the parrot. Anyway, it turns out that the return of the Merovingian king is the return of Christ, but it's not Christ Jr., it's Christ Sr. So Christ is the Prince of Princes, and Christ Sr., of course, is the King of Kings. So
well, I guess it goes back to the whole metaphor of the second coming. It seems to be. Tracy, thank you so much for being on the show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You have a great night. It was a great show. I really enjoyed it, and I hope we do this again sometime. You have a great night.
Me too.
Take care. Oh, you bet. Bye-bye. Bye. Good night, everybody.